Chapter 328. The two people in the room couldn't help but look at each other. Seeing Song Qinshu staring at her, Zhao Min said grumpily, "What are you looking at?" "She's looking for you, not me." "It's so late." Song Qinshu frowned. Obviously, he didn't know what Mrs. Tang's intention was. "She's clearly offering herself to sleep with you." Zhao Min sneered. "Don't tell me you're not tempted by such a beautiful woman. It's one thing to be moved, but it's another thing whether you'll do it or not. Mrs. Tang's identity is mysterious. I really don't know what her purpose is." Song Qinshu deliberately lowered his voice. "I don't care if you're tempted or not. Is there a place in your room for me to hide?" Zhao Min looked around, obviously not wanting Mrs. Tang to come in and see her. "You're hiding here?" Song Qinshu was stunned. Suddenly, he smiled maliciously and whispered in her ear, "Don't tell me you have a hobby of peeping." Zhao Min was a little tickled by his breath. She subconsciously shrank back and said angrily, "I just don't want her to misunderstand our relationship. Then I won't let her in." As soon as her voice fell, Song Qinshu looked up and was about to tell Mrs. Tang that he was already asleep. "Hey!" Zhao Min anxiously covered his mouth and whispered quickly, "Didn't you say that Mrs. Tang's identity is mysterious? How can I miss such a good opportunity?" The fingers on his lips were cold and very comfortable. Song Qinshu glanced at them and was reluctant to speak. Only then did Zhao Min wake up. Her little hand retracted as if it was scalded. Her expression was quite unnatural. "So you want me to sacrifice myself to get information?" Song Qinshu said with a smile. Zhao Min blushed. "It's not as bad as you said. Hurry up and greet her. She should be impatient. But there's nowhere to hide in this house, except under the bed. If you want to eat the dust, I'll let you." Song Qinshu shrugged helplessly. Zhao Min looked around. It was indeed as Song Qinshu had said. She couldn't help but ask in distress, "Where should I hide it?" "Hide on the bed and put down the curtain. She won't be able to see you." Song Qinshu pointed to the bed not far away. Zhao Min said angrily, "You want to take advantage of me? You're heavily injured. How can you withstand the torment? I don't have such a heavy taste. What's more, I'm also injured. Can your thoughts be more pure?" Song Qinshu was speechless. Zhao Min was at a loss for words. She looked at the bottom of the bed and then at the top of the bed, hesitating. Song Qinshu smiled. He looked at the door and said in a clear voice, "I have already gone to bed. May I know why Madame has come to visit so late at night?" Hearing his refusal, Zhao Min glared at him fiercely. Her eyes were full of warning. Song Qinshu smiled and said softly, "She came so late. Do you think she would just leave like this?" Sure enough, Madame Tang smiled and continued, "I just remembered that I could only use clothes to bandage young master's wound in a hurry, so this time I specially brought clean bandages to change young master's dressing." What an honorable reason. Zhao Min gave a thumbs up in admiration. She quickly ran to the bed. When Song Qinshu opened the door, she had just put down the bed curtain. "It's so late, but I still have to trouble Madame to come in person. I'm really sorry. I won't go." Song Qinshu saw Madame Tang's appearance and couldn't help but be stunned. Madame Tang had clearly just finished bathing. Her face was still bright red from the steam. She was wearing a gauzy dress that wrapped her graceful figure. Her chest was high, her waist was thin, and her buttocks were full of the most lacking femininity of a young girl. Song Qinshu, who was used to seeing beautiful women, had to admit that Madame Tang was simply a woman among women. "I didn't expect to see through clothes in this dynasty." Song Qinshu was speechless. Madame Tang's dress was really too thin. He could vaguely see her underwear. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Madame Tang pursed her lips and smiled. A shallow dimple appeared on her oval face. "Madam, please come in." Song Qinshu came back to his senses and quickly welcomed Mrs. Tang in. "Sir, please close the door." Madame Tang entered the room and looked around without leaving a trace. She didn't see Zhao Min. She was quite satisfied and casually reminded Song Qingshu. What? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He deliberately opened the door to show that he was open and aboveboard. He didn't have any improper thoughts. He didn't expect Madame Tang to take the initiative. Noticing Song Qingshu's expression, Madame Tang's eyelashes drooped and she said in a low voice, "Young master, you may not know, but although we are as clear as the sun and moon between us, your concubine's husband is not in the fu. If servants see us in the same room, it will be hard to avoid rumors spreading. If your concubine's husband finds out, your concubine." Zhao Min, who was hiding in the bed, secretly cursed. This vixen came to seduce a man in the middle of the night and said she was afraid of rumors. It was ridiculous. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her. "Madam, don't cry. I will close the door." Looking at Song Qingshu's back as he closed the door, Madame Tang faintly sighed. "Sir, you must think that I am a shameless woman." Song Qingshu smiled. "Madam, you think too much. My companion is seriously injured. Song Mao is very grateful that Madame took him in. How could I think of Madame that way?" Madame Tang's face showed a trace of worry. "My face is too charming. In addition, I don't pay much attention to my behavior. It is inevitable that there will be rumors. Even my husband is beginning to suspect that I am unfaithful to him. If it weren't for young master saving this concubine's life, this concubine wouldn't have allowed you to stay in the rear courtyard." Hearing her sincere words, Song Qingshu was confused for a moment. Could it be that he really misunderstood this woman? Since she carried a chastity guard with her, it was obvious. But it was hard not to misunderstand her actions, especially so late at night, and wearing such revealing clothes to a strange man's room. If this wasn't seduction, then what was? Song Qingshu thought about it and realized that everyone loved beauty. Those city beauties who wore miniskirts in his previous life might not all be like that. Maybe Mrs. Tang's style was just because she had a different taste and hobbies. Your husband is always fighting outside, and you live in two different places. It is inevitable that there will be misunderstandings. Madam, you don't need to take it to heart. Of course, if your husband can return to Madame's side, then all these misunderstandings will naturally melt away. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to change the topic to the military governor of the Chongyi army. He wanted to see if he could find out anything. Right now, the front lines are in a tight situation. How could he return so easily? Madame Tang clearly didn't want to talk about this issue anymore. She looked disinterested. Song Qingshu's heart moved. Why did he have to beat around the bush? He could just ask her directly. Anyone who saw Madame Tang display power that didn't match her status would feel strange. Moreover, with Madame Tang's display of intimacy, pretending to ask casually shouldn't raise her guard. "Madam, there is one thing I don't understand. I don't know if I should ask," Song Qingshu said lightly. He couldn't use a woman's feelings to deceive her, so he gave up on discussing with Zhao Min. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Zhao Min was shocked. She secretly complained that Song Qingshu was taking too much risk. She quickly pricked up her ears to listen. "Young master's great kindness is something I can't repay. Why would I hide it from you? Young master, please ask. I will tell you everything I know." Madame Tang replied. "This. Madam, you are too serious." Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't hide his curiosity. "I was just wondering why the commander of the Kaifeng army is so respectful to you. Is it because of your husband?" Him? Although she tried to hide it, Song Qingshu still heard the disdain in her voice. "He doesn't have the ability. Then why?" Song Qingshu thought it was as he expected. Madame Tang suddenly blushed. After a long silence she said, "Young master, do you know who is the most powerful person in the Jin kingdom? Isn't the most powerful person your emperor?" Song Qingshu used to be the leader of the Manchurian Qing. He naturally knew that the current emperor of the Jin kingdom was Shizong Wanyanji. "Young master, after the death of the founding emperor of the Jin kingdom, Aguda, The throne was passed on to his younger brother, Wanyan Wukamai, who was Taizong. After Taizong's death, the throne fell into the hands of Taizong's grandson, who is the current Emperor Shizong. But because Shizong was young, the court was controlled by a few founding ministers. These people are very famous in the hearts of the Han people. Madame Tang explained. Oh? Who are they? Song Qingshu secretly sighed at his carelessness. He had spent most of his energy on Jianghu and neglected the power structure of the countries. Prince Jin, Wanyan Zonghan, Prince Song, Wanyan Zonggan, and Wanyan Zongbi, who was called Wushu by the soldiers of the southern Song dynasty. Madame Tang said. Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Zonggan, the two who destroyed the northern Song dynasty and brought shame to Jinkong? Song Qingshu asked in a low voice. Madame Tang nodded and continued, these princes have a lot of troops and high prestige. They quickly took over the emperor and made most of the decisions in the court. Over time, they developed the weak character of the emperor. Speaking of this, Madame Tang could not help but sigh softly. And then, but they were clearly no longer in this world. As time passed, the three princes died one after another, but the psychological shadow left on the emperor still existed. In addition, the emperor was weak and unwilling to manage things. The power of the court soon fell into the hands of the empress, Pei Man, Madame Tang answered. Pei Man, your empress is a Han? Song Qingshu frowned and asked curiously. Of course not. Madame Tang shook her head slightly. The empress is a member of the Polu fire tribe of the Jurchen race. She gave herself a Han name, Pei Man, I see. Song Qingshu said curiously, is Madame related to this Pei Man? If that kind of relationship could be called a relationship. Thinking of some absurd things, Madame Tang's face turned red and she said vaguely, something like that. Young master, let me change your dressing first. Madame Tang obviously did not want to say more and quickly changed the topic. Come, let's sit on the bed. It's convenient to change the dressing. Chapter 329. Why did he have to change the dressing on the bed? Song Qingshu was not stupid enough to ask this question. In addition, he wanted to tease Zhao Min, so he nodded with a smile and said, Thank you, madam. Zhao Min was praying that Song Qingshu would find a reason to refuse. She didn't expect that he would agree so easily. She was so angry. But now was not the time to be angry. If Mrs. Tang saw her in Song Qingshu's bed, she would not be able to clear her name. Looking around, Zhao Min helplessly found that there was no place to hide. Feeling that the two people outside had walked to the bed, Zhao Min gritted her teeth and got under the quilt. Lifting the curtain and seeing the messy quilt, Mrs. Tang was finally relieved. It turned out that Song Qingshu did not open the door after waiting outside for so long. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Seeing that Song Qingshu's quilt was messy, it was obvious that he had just gotten out of bed and was delayed because he wanted to put on his clothes. Really, I won't eat you. Why are you dressed so tightly? Mrs. Tang laughed in her heart. Song Qingshu glanced around and guessed that Zhao Min was hiding in the quilt. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Gongzi, bear with the pain. I will help you change the dressing. Mrs. Tang took off her shoes, sat on the bed, and said softly, Madam, feel free to do as you please. Although I dare not compare myself to Guan Gong, I can still endure this bit of pain. Song Qingshu thought of the first time he met Yang Miaozhen, and she stabbed him. It was not a good beginning. Mrs. Tang grunted and gently helped him take off his coat. Gradually exposed to the air, his body felt a little cold. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. He didn't know whether this woman did it intentionally or not. She changed the dressing in such an ambiguous way. One moment she was seductive, the next moment she was firm and strong. He didn't know which side was the real her. Gongzi, your skin is as smooth as that of your companion. Her fingertips gently slid over his shoulder and Mrs. Tang was amazed. Song Qingshu's internal energy had reached perfection. Under the bone and marrow cleansing, the impurities in his body were gradually discharged. His skin was indeed much better than that of ordinary people. However, as a man, it was still difficult for him to accept such praise. Hearing Mrs. Tang mention him, a small hand reached out from under the blanket and quietly pinched Song Qing-shu. He didn't know if it was to protest or something. "Io," Madame Tang exclaimed. She looked at Song Qing-shu's back and her pretty face quickly turned red. She bit her lower lip and said faintly, "I thought young Master Song was really an enlightened monk. I didn't expect you to be so bad." It turned out that Zhao Min was hiding under the quilt and couldn't see clearly. She could only judge the location of the two based on the direction of the sound. However, when Mrs. Tang was changing Song Qingshu's dressing, they happened to change positions. As a result, Zhao Min's hand pinched Mrs. Tang's buttocks. Mrs. Tang didn't know that there was another person on the bed. She subconsciously thought that Song Qingshu had secretly taken advantage of her. The situation within a radius of several feet was under Song Qingshu's perception. How could Zhao Min's small movements be hidden from him? Seeing Mrs. Tang looking at him with slight anger, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and could only acquiesce to this. "Even if it's an eminent monk who's able to sit still, I'm afraid he'll have the thought of renouncing asceticism when he meets a peerless beauty like Madame." Song Qingshu smiled stiffly as he reached under the blanket and pinched Zhao Min in retaliation. A low cry came from under the quilt. Fortunately, Mrs. Tang's attention was on Song Qingshu, so Zhao Min didn't expose herself. He didn't know what he had just touched, but it seemed that every part of her body was as soft and bouncy as this. Song Qingshu calmly withdrew his evil hand. "What is young master's greatest worry now?" Mrs. Tang adjusted her mood and continued to change his dressing as she asked softly. "My greatest worry?" Song Qingshu was startled. He had a lot of worries, but he couldn't tell the woman in front of him most of them. Moreover, there was also Princess Xiaomin who was eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. "Song Mao has too many worries. Most of them are mundane matters of the world. If I say them, I'm afraid it will dirty Madame's ears." Young Master must be joking. Young Master is such a handsome young hero with unparalleled martial arts. What in the world can stop you? Madame Tang passed under his ribs and seriously tied the last knot for him. Zhao Min quietly poked her head out from under the quilt and silently mouthed to Song Qingshu, "Business." Song Qingshu smiled and stretched out his foot to press Zhao Min's head back. "Ba ba ba." Under the quilt, Zhao Min retched and was extremely angry. "This bastard, one day I will torture you. This one has many worries." Mrs. Tang's cheek was very close to his chest, so close that Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a faint ripple in his heart. He quickly reached out to support her back to prevent her from falling. "For example, what I am worried about now is that I still don't know Madame's name after so long." After changing the dressing, Mrs. Tang was not in a hurry to get up. She quietly lay in Song Qingshu's arms and quietly looked at him. According to the customs of Yuhan people, a woman's name can only be known by her parents and her future husband. Being stared at by those long and charming peach blossom eyes, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He lightly said, "But Madame is a Jurchen, not a Han. As far as I know, you Jurchen don't have this rule, do you? I'm really afraid of you. My real name is Tang Quoting. Is it very unpleasant to hear?" Mrs. Tang looked at Song Qingshu uneasily, afraid that he would show disgust. "I think it's pretty good." Song Qingshu smiled. "It's much better than the name of the number one beauty of Mongolia, Min Min Te Er. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Min was so angry that she kicked him through the quilt to show her protest. Mrs. Tang was half lying in Song Qingshu's arms. Her line of sight was blocked by his body, so she naturally couldn't see all this. "Really?" Mrs. Tang cried out in surprise. "I was worried that you, as a Han, wouldn't like my name." Song Qingshu was startled. He said, "Even the general in charge of Kaifeng is respectful to Madame. You must have a high status in the court of the Jin kingdom. Why do you care about what I, a Han, think? Not knowing what to think, Madame Tang suddenly sighed faintly. That is only the surface. Who knows the misery in my heart? If Madame doesn't mind, Song Mao can be a loyal listener. Song Qingshu didn't understand why Mrs. Tang's mood suddenly fluctuated, but he knew that he had missed the opportunity today. Can I trust you? Mrs. Tang's eyes were shining. She stared at Song Qingshu without blinking. Song Qingshu was shocked. He quickly stretched out his hand and swore, if what Madame said to Song Mao today, and Song Mao tells others, I will teach Song Mao a lesson. Ah! Mrs. Tang quickly put her finger on his lip. Child, don't make this kind of oath. I trust you. Originally, Song Qingshu thought that Zhao Min had heard it from the side, so it didn't count as him breaking the oath, so it didn't matter how vicious the oath was. However, seeing Mrs. Tang's trust, he suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt in his heart. Do you know why the governor of Kaifeng City is so polite to me? Mrs. Tang didn't notice his abnormality. Instead, she was lost in thought. Her voice was very faint. Is it because of your relationship with the Empress? Thinking of what she had just said, Song Qingshu asked tentatively. What relationship can I have with the Empress? Mrs. Tang sneered and then fell into silence. Zhao Min was waiting anxiously. She kept kicking Song Qingshu's back through the quilt, signaling him to continue asking. But Song Qingshu didn't move. He didn't want to disturb Mrs. Tang at this time. Fortunately, Mrs. Tang didn't let Zhao Min wait for long. She continued, It's not accurate to say that we have no relationship. To be precise, we have both slept with the same man. Although Mrs. Tang's voice was calm, Song Qingshu was startled. He hesitated and asked, Madam, the Jin Kingdom Emperor. His first reaction was to rule out that the Empress had slept with Mrs. Tang's husband. After all, as the military governor of Chongyi Army, he was far from qualified to have skin contact with the Empress. No. Mrs. Tang shook her head gently, but it was like a heavy bomb exploding in the hearts of Song Qingshu and Zhao Min. She shook her head. Didn't it mean that the Empress of the Jin Kingdom had cheated on the current emperor? There was such a man. He was not only noble and powerful, but also had a good reputation in everyone's mind. In addition, he was handsome. In fact, he was the most ideal husband in many women's hearts. Until one day, his wife invited me to their house as a guest. I wasn't prepared at all, so I just went. Who knew that not long after the banquet, I would fall unconscious. When I woke up, this man was lying on top of me and doing beastly things. As she spoke, Mrs. Tang was sobbing uncontrollably. Even Zhao Min, who was beside her, was shocked. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, Who is this man? Mrs. Tang shook her head lightly. He threatened me with the safety of my whole family, so I wouldn't reveal his name. Song Qingshu frowned. When he was about to say something, Mrs. Tang continued, After that, I planned to expose his true colors. Unfortunately, by chance, I found that even the Empress was with him. As I said before, the current emperor is weak. The power in the court is in the hands of the Empress. Even she is that man's lover. I was desperate at last. In addition, he threatened me with the safety of my family, so I couldn't help but become his plaything. Does your husband know about this? Song Qingshu suddenly asked in a low voice. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Even the governor of Kaifeng City is fawning on me. Do you think my husband knows? Mrs. Tang's face showed a trace of sadness. Is he going to let you be bullied like this? Song Qingshu said angrily. Chapter 330. What else could he do? Mrs. Tang smiled sadly. He has his own family to think about. It's not good for anyone if it's exposed. If he pretends not to know, at least he can keep everything in front of him. He's such a jerk. Song Qingshu said angrily. Haha, he's a jerk. Not long after, he hid in the front line and rarely went home. I'm afraid that seeing me at home would hurt his fragile self-esteem. Mrs. Tang's voice was full of resentment. Song Qinshu frowned and said, maybe he's suffering for revenge in the future. Mrs. Tang was stunned but quickly shook her head. Even if he's suffering for revenge, it's only for his dignity as a man, not for me. When I was most helpless, he chose to leave in silence. I'll never forget that feeling for the rest of my life. Song Qinshu was silent and didn't know how to comfort her. In fact, although I was angry at his cowardice and incompetence, I could understand his helplessness until today. Mrs. Tang said coldly. What happened today? Song Qinshu asked curiously. Who do you think hired those people to kill me today? Mrs. Tang closed her eyes and 2 drops of tears slowly fell down. Well, since Mrs. Tang was the secret lover of that big shot, no one in the Jin kingdom would be stupid enough to offend her. From Yang Miaozhen's tone, it was clear that someone hired them to kill Mrs. Tang. Combined with Mrs. Tang's words, the murderer was obvious. Song Qinshu hesitated for a moment and said, it may not be him. Maybe the big shot's wife saw her husband infatuated with you. She was so jealous that she sent someone to kill you to win back her husband's favor. You're kind-hearted and always put in a good word for him. Mrs. Tang opened her eyes and reached out to gently touch Song Qinshu's cheek. Song Qinshu shrank back without a trace and said, I'm just stating the facts. I hope so too. Mrs. Tang's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. Unfortunately, young master has forgotten that it was his wife who helped me get married. At her age and status, all she thinks about is benefits and status. How could she be jealous of a woman like me who can't see the light? You can tell me who that man is. Song Mao is not talented and thinks his kung fu is just SOSO. I'll kill him to avenge you. Song Qinshu couldn't bear to see a woman's tears. Moreover, in the near future, he would inevitably become an enemy of the Jin kingdom. It was good to kill a big shot in advance. Hearing Song Qinshu's words, Mrs. Tang's eyes were full of surprise and she looked at Song Qinshu blankly. Why are you so good to me? Zhao Min, who was under the blanket, kicked him to show her dissatisfaction. I can't let you lose confidence in all the men in the world. Song Qinshu replied lightly. Mrs. Tang's heart seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. She looked at Song Qinshu blankly and asked, Can you hug me? Song Qinshu hesitated for a moment and finally reached out to hug Mrs. Tang. Mrs. Tang saw that her face was pressed against Song Qinshu's chest, and she quietly listened to his heartbeat. Her mood slowly calmed down. Thank you, but I won't put you in danger. You don't have to worry about me. With my lightness skills, even if the assassination fails, they can't keep me. Song Qinshu actually regretted making this promise on impulse. But in life there were always a few irrational actions. Otherwise, what was the point of living? Gongzi's martial arts are unparalleled. Naturally, I don't have to worry. Mrs. Tang hugged Song Qinshu tightly. But I've already gotten over it. We women on the grassland don't have a strong concept of chastity. Isn't it just being someone else's secret lover? It's not a big deal. This can also ensure the safety of the family and the prosperity of the husband. If that person dies, one of his political enemies will definitely think of using my relationship with him to completely eradicate his power. Without a backer, whether it's me or my family, they won't have a good end. Mrs. Tang was born in a Jurchen noble family and had long been accustomed to the blood in the palace. That was why she could see it so clearly. Song Qinshu was stunned. He didn't think of this. Only now did he understand that he came from the modern world. Gongzi, do you think I'm a bad woman? Seeing that Song Qinshu didn't speak, Mrs. Tang raised her head worriedly. No, it was Madame's words that made Song Mao look at you in a different light. I admire Madame's courage. Song Qinshu sighed. Since Madame has already seen through everything, there is no need to tell me these secrets. I don't know. Mrs. Tang shook her head blankly and smiled bitterly. I just wanted to stop and arouse Gongzi's pity. I didn't know that Gongzi had a natural reassuring aura. Unknowingly, I told you everything. Madam, visiting late at night, you really have bad intentions. Song Qinshu teased. Mrs. Tang blushed and said embarrassedly, I'm just worried that Gongzi won't rest well. This reason is quite unique. Song Qinshu smiled. May I ask, madam, how can I rest well? Gongzi knows the answer, Mrs. Tang said in a sweet voice. Her prolonged voice gradually became lower, and the bed was suddenly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Yes. Zhao Min, who was under the quilt, was furious and secretly regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would have gone back to her room when Mrs. Tang came in just now. That way, she wouldn't ruin their plans and add to her anger. Gongzi, do you know what I'm most afraid of? Mrs. Tang said faintly. Forgive my stupidity, but I really can't guess. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. I'm most afraid of loneliness. Mrs. Tang sighed deeply. What? Song Qinshu was dumbfounded. That person only sees me when he misses my body. He calls me and leaves me at will. My husband also dislikes me and leaves me. In such a big family, whenever it's quiet at night, I feel the coldness deep in my bones, Mrs. Tang said bitterly. Mrs. Tang said bitterly, sometimes I think that those two men ruin my life. Why should I feel wronged? Although I can't take revenge directly, I can take revenge on them in a woman's way. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. His throat was dry as he said, How do you plan to take revenge on them? Mrs. Tang's skin flashed a bright red. She didn't answer. She pulled Song Qingshu's hand into her clothes and opened her red lips slightly. That's this kind of revenge. The mature woman's body was so soft and attractive. Song Qingshu's body trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to take his hand back. However, Mrs. Tang firmly held his hand, her eyes full of pleading. Please, don't refuse me. Hearing Mrs. Tang's slightly choked voice, Song Qingshu's heart softened. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't pull his hand out. Young Master Song, you are injured and it is not suitable for you to move. Let me serve you today. Madame Tang moved her lips close to his ear and said softly. Then, she began to kiss his neck. Oh my God! Zhao Min, who was under the quilt, sighed in her heart. That bastard didn't refuse. Did he forget that I am still next to him? With a warm and soft body in his arms, that mature and soft touch, and her fragrance filling his nose, Song Qingshu sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had something to do, he might not have been able to control himself today. Song Qingshu, you bastard! Hearing the sweet moans coming from Mrs. Tang's nose, Zhao Min couldn't help it anymore. She lifted the quilt and was about to rush out. However, she didn't know that her waist was numb. Song Qingshu had already hit her acupuncture point. Her whole body was lying on the bed. She is? When Mrs. Tang saw Zhao Min suddenly jump out, she was also shocked. Before she had time to ask, Song Qingshu also hit her sleeping acupuncture point and she fainted. Seeing that Mrs. Tang had fallen beside her and Song Qingshu was staring at her with evil intentions, Zhao Min panicked and said, What do you want? Princess, you suddenly jumped out and ruined my romantic encounter. Shouldn't you compensate me with something? Song Qingshu's eyes were full of smiles. You're right. Compensate. When we return to the Ryong mansion, I will definitely give you 10, oh no, 100 outstanding beauties. Noticing that Song Qingshu's expression was very different from before, Zhao Min said in a panic. Speaking of outstanding beauties, who in the whole prairie can compare to you, princess? Song Qingshu said with an evil smile. Who said so? The Hui tribe's Princess Xiang, the Jin Kingdom's #1 beauty, Pucha Elihu, and her daughter Wanyan Zhongjie, the Liao Kingdom's Empress Xiao Guanyin, and the Princess Yalu Nanxian. They are all famous beauties of the grassland. I promise you, I will give them to you in the future. Zhao Min was flustered. She named a dozen or so of the most famous beauties of the prairie in order to escape. Princess, you talk big. These women are either from the Jin Kingdom, Liao, or the Hui tribe of the western region. They are either empresses or princesses. None of them are lower than you, princess. What ability do you have to decide their fate? Song Qingshu's tone was full of sarcasm. In the future, when the Mongols unify the world, these women will be slaves of a conquered country. I can make arrangements for them. Zhao Min's breathing was rapid, and the rapid rise and fall of her chest showed how nervous she was at the moment. If the Mongols want to unify the world, it will take at least 50 years if not 30 years. By that time, all these so-called beauties will turn into dust. Are you deliberately making fun of me? Song Qingshu pretended to untie her clothes. Ah! Zhao Min screamed and said quickly, I can give you Princess Xiangxiang first. Princess Xiangxiang? Song Qingshu was stunned when he heard this. She is in your hands? Noticing Song Qingshu's strange expression, Zhao Min finally recovered a trace of calmness. Hearing this, she turned her head to the side and deliberately did not answer. No matter whether she is a princess or an empress, they are illusory things after all. How can they be as real as you? Tonight is a long night and I really don't have the mood to sleep. How about this, if Princess can immediately get one of those princesses and empresses you mentioned just now onto this bed, I will replace you with her and let you go. What do you think? Song Qingshu looked down at Zhao Min who was lying on the bed. Chapter 331. Who do you want me to look for at this time? Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? Zhao Min sounded like she was about to cry. Oh! Song Qingshu looked regretful. Then there's nothing I can do. As soon as he finished speaking, his fingers had already started fiddling with her clothes. Song Qingshu, you don't lack beauties around you. Why do you have to make such a big enemy of the Mongolians just for a moment of pleasure? Zhao Min's voice gradually calmed down. She did not give up. As long as you let me go today, I promise to let bygones be bygones. I can also do my best to fulfill any request you have. Seeing that Song Qingshu's expression changed, Zhao Min continued, I don't deny that I'm very beautiful, but compared to my beauty, I'm afraid that my identity as the princess is more valuable. You're a smart person. Why do you have to neglect the essentials? Song Qingshu moved his head closer to her and looked at her delicate skin. He smiled faintly. But in my eyes, you're much more important than your identity. He was not lying. In his past life, when he read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he had a good impression of this strange woman who was full of wisdom and would not hesitate to give up everything for her lover. Now that he was lucky enough to see her in person, that feeling was even stronger. If the princess is willing to tell me what happened between you and Zhang Wuji, I might let you go. Song Qingshu's face was full of persuasion. Zhao Min's expression changed. In the end, she snorted coldly and turned her head away. She responded with silence. Then there's no other way. Song Qingshu rubbed his hands and reached out to her chest. Song Qingshu, if you dare to touch me, I'll definitely tear you into pieces in the future. I'll also kill all of the Wu-Tang clan. At this time, Zhao Min finally lost hope. She understood that she might not be able to keep her innocence today. Tsk tisk, Song Qingshu straightened up and frowned at her. Actually, I didn't want to hurt the princess, but if I stop now, won't it seem like I'm afraid of your threat? Really? Zhao Min heard his words and was overjoyed. Nonsense, I'm not that despicable. Song Qingshu flicked his finger and Zhao Min's acupoints were unsealed. As soon as Zhao Min broke free, she bit her lower lip and raised her hand to slap Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu tilted his head back and easily dodged the attack. He said gloomily, Princess, you're really insatiable. Who asked you to bully me? Zhao Min pouted. She was really scared just now, and there were still tears in her eyes. I was just joking with you. Song Qingshu smiled. How can you joke like that? Zhao Min said angrily. I'm just curious about how Princess Xiao Min, who has always been wise, would react in that situation just now. Song Qingshu laughed complacently. Are you satisfied now? Thinking of her embarrassing appearance just now, Zhao Min was both embarrassed and angry. My bad taste has been satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied. Song Qingshu seemed to have thought of something and sighed faintly. Princess, it's fortunate that you met me now. If it was earlier, it would have been very difficult for me to control myself in such a situation. Zhao Min blushed and subconsciously tightened her collar. She looked at him strangely. Earlier? Yes. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh, full of regret. Zhao Min was quick-witted and quickly thought of something. She asked tentatively, after the lion-slaying gathering, you clearly returned to Ameame with Zhou Zhiruo, but then I heard that you roamed Jianghu alone. Could it be that you couldn't control yourself and did something to Zhou Zhiruo? Song Qingshu was shocked. He didn't think that he would only reveal a hint of emotion. He said calmly, of course the princess hopes that I did something to Zhou Zhiruo. That way, she won't be able to compete with you for Big Brother Wuji. Nonsense. Zhao Min's face heated up when he saw through her thoughts. She snorted. All right, I don't have time to chat with you. I have something to do and have to go out for a while. Song Qingshu stood up. Where are you going? Zhao Min was startled. It has nothing to do with you, Song Qingshu answered. Zhao Min rolled her eyes and pursed her lips into a smile. I'm afraid I'm going to look for the lady in the inn. Princess, has anyone ever told you that it's difficult for a woman to marry if she's too smart? Song Qingshu said. There are many people who want to be the princess consort of the Ruyang mansion. It's none of your business. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him. Leave this kind of thing to Zhang Wuji. Song Qingshu smiled. I only have one thing to worry about. What is it? Zhao Min asked in a daze. What if you run away after I leave? Song Qingshu looked at Zhao Min quietly. Zhao Min forced a smile and said, How could that be? I'm seriously injured and this is the territory of the Jin Kingdom. If I walk out of this house, I'll most likely die. I'm not that stupid. Song Qingshu shook his head. Princess, you don't have to run away yourself. You just have to secretly spread the news after I leave. Jinluan Fuang and the Xianming elders will naturally find you. Has anyone ever told you that it's difficult for a woman to like a man who's too smart? Zhao Min crossed her arms in front of her chest and sat there sulking. He can always attract some silly girls, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Then what do you think I should do? Zhao Min didn't like the smug look on his face and glared at him. Song Qingshu raised his hand and a gust of wind hit Zhao Min's waist. She showed a look of disbelief and fell back onto the bed. That's foolproof. I'll unseal your acupoint when I come back. Song Qingshu held her shoulders and slowly put her down. Who said it's foolproof? Seeing Song Qingshu turn to leave, Zhao Min said anxiously, You sealed my acupoint. What if? She couldn't think of a reason at the moment. What if what? Song Qingshu stopped in his tracks. What if some bad people come and my acupoint is sealed by you and I can't resist? What should I do? In a flash, Zhao Min finally thought of a reason that wasn't a reason. But she also knew that with Mrs. Tang's status, how could there be any danger in her house? Who knew that when Song Qingshu heard what she said, his expression actually became serious. It turned out that Zhao Min's words reminded Song Qingshu of the scene in The Return of the Condor Heroes, where Xiao Longnu was humiliated by Yin Jiping. Xiao Longnu's acupoint was also sealed by Ouyang Feng. He had only left for a short while, and Yin Jiping came out to take advantage of the situation. Once he left, he was afraid that it would take at least one night. If there really was a Yin Jiping or Xing Jiping, then it would be a disaster. Zhao Min saw Song Qingshu's face turn red and then white. She didn't understand what was wrong with him and didn't dare to say anything to alarm him. She didn't know that her words just now had brought back the shadow of Song Qingshu's childhood. His eyes moved to the unconscious Mrs. Tang. Song Qingshu's heart moved and he had a plan. I have an idea. What? Zhao Min looked at Song Qingshu with a puzzled expression. She saw him press a few of Mrs. Tang's acupoints with his fingers. With a moan, Mrs. Tang slowly woke up. What if she wakes up and sees me? Zhao Min was shocked. She thought about how she had just listened to such a big secret while hiding under the covers. It was hard to guarantee that after she wakes up, she wouldn't be so bold that she would kill her. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't say anything. When he saw Mrs. Tang slightly open her eyes, he said in a strange tone, "Look at me, look at me." His voice was ethereal and ethereal. Zhao Min curiously looked into his eyes and saw that his eyeballs seemed to be completely black. It was like a huge whirlpool sucking her in. Zhao Min was shocked and quickly looked away. She was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Zhao Min only glanced from the side, and Song Qingshu's target wasn't her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break free. Yes. Mrs. Tang's eyes gradually became blurred, and she replied sluggishly. Mrs. Tang, this person is Song Qingshu. Tonight, you stay by her side and don't leave her side. Protect her well, and don't let anyone disturb her. Song Qingshu pointed at Zhao Min and said in a commanding tone. Prince Song. Mrs. Tang glanced at Zhao Min. Her eyes were blank at first, but soon a strange look bloomed in them. Okay, there's no problem now. Song Qingshu put away his magic and looked at Zhao Min with a smile. Seeing that Mrs. Tang really thought that she was Song Qingshu, Zhao Min was shocked. What kind of sorcery is this? Your Highness, you should know that I don't have that kind of feelings for you now. Otherwise, if I just said a few words, you would take off all your clothes and take the initiative to get into my bed to seduce me, Song Qingshu said lightly. Hearing Song Qingshu's nonsense, Zhao Min's face turned red. Don't even think about it. Song Qingshu smiled. It seems that your Highness doesn't believe it. Do you want to try? No. Zhao Min closed her eyes in a panic, wondering what she should do if he really had evil intentions. She imagined that after being bewitched by him, she would willingly use her body to please him. She had goosebumps all over her body. After a while, seeing that there was no movement outside, Zhao Min quietly opened her eyes and looked outside. She was worried that Song Qingshu was deliberately luring her to open her eyes, so at first, she only opened her eyes a little. When she saw that the room was empty and Song Qingshu had already disappeared, Zhao Min let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, a sense of loss rose in her heart. Young master is injured and can't move freely. Let me serve you. Young master just needs to enjoy my gentleness. While Zhao Min was in a daze, Mrs. Tang's sweet voice came into her ears. Hey, I'm not Song Qingshu. Zhao Min panicked. She thought that when Mrs. Tang was about to offer herself to sleep in his bed, Song Qingshu hid her acupoint to make her sleep. Now that she woke up and was bewitched by Song Qingshu, she naturally thought that she was Song Qingshu and continued what she had just done. Young master, you must be joking. This eyebrow, this nose, this lips, how could it not be Prince Song? Mrs. Tang's fingertips slowly slid over Zhao Min's delicate face and smiled foolishly. Being touched by Mrs. Tang's fingertips, Zhao Min only felt a strange feeling in her body. Before she could react, she only felt that her collar was cold, and her clothes had been unbuttoned by Mrs. Tang. No! As soon as Zhao Min opened her mouth, she felt Mrs. Tang's soft and moist lips kissing her snow-white slender neck. She felt as if an electric current had flowed through her body, and the rest of her words all turned into a snort. Chapter 332. After leaving Mrs. Tang's house, Song Qingshu used traceless treading on sand and rushed all the way to Shandong. He had left Xia Qingqing in a hurry in the inn and hadn't met her for a long time. She must be as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Given Xia Qingqing's personality, Song Qingshu was worried that she would do something stupid in a moment of desperation. That was why he had traveled thousands of miles to rush back tonight. In his previous life, Song Qingshu couldn't figure out why Qigong existed in Jianghu, but horses were still indispensable. When he learned Kung Fu, he realized that a master's Qigong was indeed much faster than a horse in a short sprint. But a master's physical strength and internal force were limited. It was no problem to run dozens of miles in one breath, but what about hundreds of miles or thousands of miles? Traceless treading on sand that Song Qingshu learned was one of the top Qigong in Wulin. Green Wing Bat King Wei Yixiao of the Ming dynasty relied on this Qigong to be the top Qigong master in Jianghu. However, his internal force was limited. He could leave anyone behind in a short time, but he couldn't get rid of the top masters in a long run. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was different. He practiced the Happy Dhyana of Tantric Buddhism, which emphasized the balance of yin and yang. Coincidentally, he possessed the 9 yin genuine qi, which was the softest yin genuine qi in the world, and the godly illuminating genuine qi, which was the strongest yang genuine qi in the world. Originally, the two genuine qi were incompatible, but in the process of practicing the Happy Dhyana, the newly born happy genuine qi perfectly fused the two genuine qi, one yin genuine qi and the other yang genuine qi. However, although happy Zen was a Buddhist kung fu, it was extremely treacherous. Song Qingshu's genuine qi already had the demonic nature. He could become a slave at any time and be completely controlled by kung fu. He would lose his nature and become a Buddha or a devil. Last time in the Forbidden City, he lost control once and almost indulged in the harem of 3,000 beauties. Fortunately, the 3 most important women in his life appeared at the same time, and he woke up in time. After that, Song Qingshu was very careful and never lost control again. Therefore, with the support of his strong inner energy, he did not feel the slightest hint of exhaustion even though he had been using traceless sand treading at full speed. After traveling for several hundred miles, they finally arrived at the inn where they had agreed to meet up with Xia Qingqing. When he pushed open the door, he saw Xia Qingqing sitting at the table in a green dress. She rested her chin on her hand and her eyes were half closed. She was dozing off. The faint candlelight at the side shone on her face. Her tightly knitted brows showed that her heart was full of worry and anxiety. Song Qingshu took a look at the situation in the room and knew that she had not gone to bed. Instead, she had been sitting here waiting for him for the whole night. He could not help but feel guilty. He had been hugging women on his left and right, but left her alone here in fear. He was really a bastard. He walked over, supported Xia Qingqing's back with one hand, and wrapped the other around her legs. He gently picked her up, wanting to put her on the bed so she could rest. Xia Qingqing was a light sleeper, so when Song Qingshu moved, she immediately woke up. Her first reaction was to grab the golden snake sword on the side of the table, but she heard a familiar voice. "You, it's me. Brother Song." Xia Qingqing finally saw Song Qingshu's appearance clearly. She was surprised and happy. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her whole face against his chest. "I waited for a long time, but you didn't come back. I thought you. I was so scared. We went through so many hardships and finally got together. If something happened to you, I don't want to live anymore." Hearing Xia Qingqing's murmurs that were almost like she was talking in her sleep, Song Qingshu's heart ached. He gently patted her body and softly said, "It's my fault. I was delayed on the road, so I came so late." Was that group of masters difficult to deal with? Xia Qingqing asked with lingering fear when she thought of the masters in the inn. Each of them was no weaker than Yuan Qingji at his peak, and some were even stronger. Although their martial arts were high, in terms of lightness skill, they were far inferior to me. It wasn't difficult for me to escape. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. "However, I kidnapped someone and a series of problems occurred. It must be a girl." Xia Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. It was hard to tell whether she was angry or happy. "How did you know?" Song Qingshu was stunned. Do you even need to guess? With your personality, how could you kidnap a stinky man? Furthermore, Xia Qingqing's nose twitched, and she sniffed Song Qingshu's body. You have the scent of another woman on you. Song Qingshu was speechless. He didn't think that women in this era would have such a sensitive nose and be so sensitive to smells that were not their own. It's the princess of the Ruyang Palace of Mongolia. Song Qingshu put Xia Qingqing on the bed and was about to cover her with the quilt. Who knew that Xia Qingqing grabbed his hand and shook her head slightly. Just hold me like this. Song Qingshu was stunned, but he didn't foolishly refuse. He just held her in his arms, leaned against the headboard, and told her in detail what happened after. Hearing that Zhao Min was injured by Xian Cheng's palm energy, Xia Qingqing cried out in surprise. Ah, that monk's martial arts are very powerful. Is Miss Zhao okay? Her life was hanging by a thread. I could only temporarily use my true qi to save her life. That was why I took her to Kaifeng to find the famous killer doctor, Ping Yizhi. Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. Has Miss Zhao's injury stabilized? Xia Qingqing asked. No, I plan to take her to visit Ping Yizhi tomorrow morning. Song Qingshu hurriedly told her what happened after that. So Brother Song is going to leave later. Xia Qingqing's expression darkened. I'm sorry. Song Qingshu felt that any explanation at that moment would be useless. A person's life is at stake. How could I blame Brother Song? Xia Qingqing stroked Song Qingshu's weathered face and said with distress, This place is hundreds of miles away from Hunan. Brother Song, why did you have to specially come back? I'll be waiting for you here anyway. I won't leave. I'm worried that you'll let your imagination run wild and do something stupid. Thinking about how Xia Qingqing had disregarded everything to avenge Yuan Qingji after his death, Song Qingshu still felt a lingering fear. If he caused her to repeat the same mistakes because of a princess he didn't want to be with, then no matter what, Song Qingshu would not be able to forgive himself. Hearing Song Qingshu's answer, Xia Qingqing was stunned. Her eyes were watery and she said shyly, In Brother Song's eyes, am I that kind of reckless and stupid woman? I have to learn from my past mistakes. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Knowing that he was referring to her previous crazy behavior, Xia Qingqing's pretty face blushed. She buried her head in his chest and gently hit his chest with her small hand. Brother Song, you're so bad. You only know how to make fun of me. Hiss, when her hand touched his wound, Song Qingshu sucked in a cold breath. Brother Song, what's wrong? Noticing that Song Qingshu was acting strangely, Xia Qingqing hurriedly pulled off his clothes. Seeing the thick bandages, tears immediately flowed down her face. Are my injuries serious? Who would be so cruel? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Not everyone treats me like you do. I still have many enemies. He then told her about his duel with Yang Miaozhen, the fourth lady of the Red Coat Army. Xia Qingqing came to a realization. Is this woman really as powerful as the rumors say? Her spear technique is indeed unparalleled. Thinking back to that brilliant spear technique, Song Qingshu's expression became serious. Didn't she still lose to Brother Song? Could it be that Brother Song saw that she was beautiful and couldn't bear to be too harsh on her? That's why you clearly won but got injured? Xia Qingqing looked at him suspiciously. Are you jealous? Song Qingshu looked at her playfully. Of course not. Xia Qingqing blushed. I just wanted to remind Brother Song to take care of yourself. You have to know that there are so many people who care about you. For example, Brother's wife, sect leader Zhou of the Amei faction, and that soulmate Lady Dongfang in the Imperial Palace. What about you? Song Qingshu smiled. I naturally care about you, Xia Qingqing said softly. You keep saying wife and confidant, then what are you in your heart? Song Qingshu asked curiously as he gently stroked her silky black hair. Me? Xia Qingqing rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. I'll be Brother Song's lover. Why? No matter how nice the word lover sounded, it always had a hidden meaning. Song Qingshu was worried that she had a knot in her heart and hurriedly asked, Brother Song, you know that I am someone else's wife. Although Brother Yuan has passed away, I am still his wife. Xia Qingqing faintly sighed. Her original plan was to avenge Yuan Qingji and then repay Song Qingshu. Then she would commit suicide and go to the underworld to search for her late husband. But later, when Song Qingshu was burned to ashes by Kangxi, she realized her own heart and understood that she had fallen deeply in love with Song Qingshu. Although she had finally untied the knot in her heart and decided to be with Song Qingshu, she did not want the people of Jianghu to laugh at Yuan Qingji because of her. Song Qingshu was silent for a moment and said emotionally, I know you have an even more important reason that you did not say. I want to subdue the power of the Golden Snake Battalion, so I must use you to borrow Yuan Qingji's power. If they knew about the relationship between you and me, they would never surrender to me, would they? Xia Qingqing's fingers caressed the wounds on his body, and she said softly, Brother Song, why do you care about this? I don't care about any status. I am already satisfied to be with you. But this is too unfair to you, Song Qingshu said in a low voice. I am willing. Xia Qingqing was like a kitten, obediently curled up in his arms and answered softly. If people who knew Xia Qingqing in her early years saw this, their eyes would probably fall out of their sockets. When she was young, Xia Qingqing was famous for being jealous and unreasonable. But these years, she had experienced so many changes that her personality had changed. She was no longer the insensible little girl of the past. Chapter 333. Hearing Xia Qingqing's answer, Song Qingshu was so touched that he hugged her tightly and did not want to let go for a moment. After all, ever since his rebirth, he had met many women and obtained many women as well. However, there were only 3 people who treated her sincerely. One was Icy Snow, one was Shuang and the last one was Xia Qingqing. Not to mention Zhou Zhiruo, women like Dongfang Muxue and Su Quan were more of a strategic alliance with him. They were like enemies but also friends. There was always a faint sense of estrangement. Although Chu Fian and Zhong Ling were very obedient, their relationship was not pure. It was more because they were forced by the situation. Mu Wanqing and Ajio, although they liked each other, there was still a long way to go before they had feelings for each other. As for Nanlon and Luobing, they were purely playthings. Xia Qingqing suddenly remembered and said, Right after coming out of the inn, the beautiful Taoist priest Li parted ways with me. Taoist priest Li is Taoist priest Li. Why add beautiful? Song Qingshu asked curiously. If she wasn't beautiful, would you take such a big risk? Xia Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. I've long heard of this person. I've even asked my subordinates to find out about her and wanted to rope her into the organization. Is that so? Xia Qingqing smiled noncommittally. But she might not appreciate it. She didn't even thank you and just left like that. Are you disappointed? To be honest, a little. Song Qingshu nodded. But she's been in Jianghu for many years. She doesn't know our goal. It's understandable to be careful. Do you think of all beautiful women with the greatest kindness? Xia Qingqing sighed. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive people. I know this. Xia Qingqing's hand fiddled with his chest, making him feel a little itchy. He reached out to hold her hand. I won't lie to you. Does that mean I'm not beautiful? Xia Qingqing said gloomily. Who said you don't know how to lie to me? I was fooled by you before. When he thought about how Xia Qingqing ran away and sought refuge with Prince Bao, but in reality, she was secretly collaborating with Kangxi in order to assassinate him, Song Qingshu felt extremely gloomy. I'm sorry for making you give up your previous plan for me and risk your life to assassinate Kangxi, Xia Qingqing said apologetically. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and finally decided to tell the truth. Actually, The assassination of Kangxi was not entirely for you. Xia Qingqing pressed down on his lips and said softly, even if it's just 1/10 for me, I'm still satisfied. Then how are you going to repay me? Song Qingshu tenderly hugged her and teased. I will use the rest of my life to repay you. Xia Qingqing leaned against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. At this moment, it was as if their hearts were tightly connected. Qingqing, Song Qingshu looked at her, touched. Call me Yuyu. Qingqing still belongs to that person, but Yuyu completely belongs to Brother Song, Xia Qingqing said. No, Qingqing and Yuyu both belong to me. Song Qingshu pretended to be angry. How domineering! Xia Qingqing was silent for a moment and smiled sweetly. All right, they both belong to you. Song Qingshu finally smiled in satisfaction. He quietly hugged her for a while and looked at the sky outside the window. He hesitated and said, It's getting late. You should rest. I have to go. Xia Qingqing grabbed his sleeve tightly and shook her head. No, you'll go find another woman when you leave. Song Qingshu explained with a headache, I'm going to save someone. You can't save someone either. Xia Qingqing snorted. I feel terrible when I think about you being in the gentle home of another woman soon. Don't be so dirty. There's really nothing between us. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Then what's with the lip mark on the bandage? Xia Qingqing pursed her lips and pointed at a certain place on the bandage. Song Qingshu immediately sweated when he saw it. Sure enough, he found a bright red lipstick mark. It must have been left by Mrs. Tang when she was seducing him. He had no choice but to say innocently, In all honesty, there is indeed a beauty who has been seducing me. It's that Mrs. Tang I mentioned before. But I was as calm as Lu Xiaohui, and I even hid her sleeping acupoint, just to come all the way to see you. Seeing that Song Qingshu was so anxious that he was sweating, Xia Qingqing smiled sweetly. Brother Song, don't worry. I believe you. I don't really blame you. Really? In his previous life, Song Qingshu had heard about Xia Qingqing's jealousy in the original novel. However, the Xia Qingqing he knew was like a completely different person. No wonder he felt strange. Of course it's true. Besides, it's not my place to worry. This is something that sect leader Zhou should worry about. I'm just a little lover. As long as you treat me well, that's enough. Xia Qingqing smiled foolishly. You still say you don't blame me? You sound like a resentful woman. Song Qingshu laughed. Of course not. Xia Qingqing blushed. She lowered her head shyly. Song Qingshu was stunned. For a moment, he was reluctant to leave. The Jin Kingdom is full of danger. I'm worried that your injury will affect your safety. Xia Qingqing suddenly frowned and said worriedly. It's just a superficial injury. Don't forget, even if I can't win, I can still run. Even if I'm injured, I'm afraid there are only a few people in the world who can catch up to me, Song Qingshu said. When you weren't injured, no one could catch up to you. Hearing his words of comfort, Xia Qingqing didn't feel relieved. Instead, she became even more worried. She looked like she was about to cry. Song Qingshu was speechless. Suddenly, Xia Qingqing's eyes lit up. I have an idea. What idea? Song Qingshu was stunned. Xia Qingqing's skin suddenly flushed red. She moved closer and whispered in his ear. I heard from Miss Dongfang that the gathering yin to replenish yang internal technique you practice is quite effective in treating injuries. What yin harvesting yang? She's slandering me. Song Qingshu blushed and said awkwardly, It's obviously a proper Buddhist martial art. His voice became softer and softer. He didn't seem very confident. Why are you in such a hurry? I don't mind. I don't mind you harvesting it, Xia Qingqing said bashfully. Huh! Song Qingshu couldn't believe his ears. It's fine if you didn't hear clearly. Seeing Song Qingshu widen his eyes and look at her, Xia Qingqing was both embarrassed and angry. However, she was still worried about Song Qingshu traveling with injuries. She gathered her remaining courage and said, I can help you treat your injuries. How do I treat it? Song Qingshu looked at her calmly, a smile on his lips. Knowing that Song Qingshu was deliberately teasing her, Xia Qingqing snorted and stopped being bashful. She pressed her red lips against his and exhaled. That's how. Hearing her usually clear and crisp voice become soft and charming, Song Qingshu recalled the first time he met her in Yangzhou's lovely spring brothel. His throat went dry. This time, you won't give up halfway like in Yangzhou, right? That time you took all the advantages. Are you still not satisfied? Xia Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. Her face was full of embarrassment. Her eyes were clear and crystal, flowing with charm and blurriness. Of course not. At least there's one thing I haven't taken. Song Qingshu lifted her smooth jade-like chin and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Then this time, I'll let you take all the advantages. This time, Xia Qingqing didn't retreat. Her eyes were full of passion. Song Qingshu couldn't resist anymore. He lowered his head and kissed her. Xia Qingqing moaned and fell into his arms. You're not in a hurry to travel at this time? Xia Qingqing's lips were full of a proud smile. Only an idiot would choose to travel at this time, Song Qingshu answered reflexively. Xia Qingqing's eyelashes trembled slightly. She allowed him to untie her belt and peel off her layers. She said shyly, Brother Song, will you dislike me? Song Qingshu was stunned. Why would I dislike you? Because I was someone else's wife. Xia Qingqing had always been brooding. On one hand, she felt that she had wronged Yuan Qingji. On the other hand, she felt that she wasn't good enough for Song Qingshu. I don't care about that at all. Song Qingshu looked into her eyes, his eyes full of sincerity. I finally believe Miss Dongfang's words. Xia Qingqing sighed faintly. What did she say? Song Qingshu was stunned. Didn't the two of them dislike each other? Why were they whispering so much? She said. Xia Qingqing bit his ear and let out a soft breath. She imitated Dongfang Mushue's tone. Mrs. Yuan, you don't have to worry too much. Not only is your identity not stained, but, nonsense. Song Qingshu finally couldn't keep his old face. She's maliciously slandering me. I'm definitely not. Really? Xia Qingqing bit her lip and smiled foolishly. Actually, from my point of view, I hope you are. Seeing that Xia Qingqing's brows had the innocence of a young girl mixed with a charming, delicate, and mature charm, how could Song Qingshu hold back? Like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, he pressed down on her body. That's what you get for making fun of me. Watch how I deal with you. Xia Qingqing smiled and repeatedly begged for mercy. Brother Song, I was wrong, I was wrong. Finally, it was time for the sword to touch the ground. Xia Qingqing's heart trembled. She whispered, I haven't in a long time. I hope Brother Song will take pity on me. Your body is clearly ready to accept me. Song Qingshu probed a few times, then slowly pushed his way in. Xia Qingqing let out a muffled groan and sighed with a complicated expression. In the end, you still took advantage of me. Do you regret it? I did it willingly. Yes, the beautiful woman's happy and sweet expression was the greatest encouragement for Song Qingshu. He only felt his body heat up. Soon, the two of them were stuck together like glue. Chapter 334. Don't just play around. It's more important to treat your wounds. Oh, okay. Such a shameful posture. I don't believe it's a Buddhist kung fu. Oh, I forgot to tell you, it doesn't seem to work on external wounds. So your gunshot wound? Yes, it doesn't work. Then why did you ask me to cooperate with you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so shy. Brother Song, you're such a jerk. When Song Qingshu rushed all the way back to Kaifeng, he was actually 2 hours faster than before. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the servants in the Tang mansion had already started working, but the masters were still asleep. Song Qingshu sneaked into the Tang mansion silently. With his lightness skill, the guards in the mansion couldn't detect him at all. He gently opened the door and saw the curtain hanging down. He heard the steady breathing of the two women, who were probably still asleep. Fortunately, I came back in time. After being delayed by Xia Qingqing's gentle embrace, Song Qingshu almost couldn't bear to leave. However, he knew that now that Zhao Min was in his hands, it could be said that she was a rare commodity. If anything happened, good things would immediately become bad things, and he didn't want to see that happen. Therefore, he made an agreement with Xia Qingqing to let her return to the Golden Snake Revenue Office first, and he would meet her after he finished his business here. He had spent an extra 4 hours at Xia Qingqing's place for no reason. When he returned, Song Qingshu had practically pushed himself to his limits to run. Right now, he was as tired as a dog. However, his heart was at ease, and he did not feel tired. "Princess, it's time to get up." When Song Qingshu opened the curtain, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Zhao Min's hair was messy, and her clothes were gone. Only a thin layer of quilt covered some private parts. Her round and slender thighs were faintly visible, and her dazzling snow-white skin made Song Qingshu feel a little dizzy. Noticing that there were a lot of red marks around her neck and collarbone, Song Qingshu, who was experienced, knew that they were hickeys. There were also tear stains at the corners of her eyes, which had not completely dried yet. All of them showed how terrible she had been through last night. Song Qingshu's heart sank. He had been careful, but his prediction had come true. He had caused Zhao Min to suffer the same fate as Xiao Long knew. Whether it was his love for this character in his previous life or the many schemes he had planned for her in this life, he couldn't accept this reality. He couldn't help but tremble. As if hearing the commotion outside, Zhao Min slowly woke up. When she saw the man in front of her, her eyes were filled with deep-rooted hatred. "I wonder which bastard took advantage of me last night." Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. Now that things had come to this, he had to find a way to solve it. Seeing that Mrs. Tang also showed signs of waking up, he hit her sleeping acupoint again. "I know that your Grace must be very sad now. It's all my carelessness that caused your Grace to suffer such a disaster. Your Grace can rest assured that I will definitely keep my mouth shut about this matter. I think it will not affect your flawless image in Zhang Wuji's heart." At this time, Song Qingshu was extremely depressed. He had caused an innocent woman to suffer the most terrible thing in the world. He had already felt so guilty that he didn't have the mood to plot against her. All his mind was thinking about how to help her overcome this shadow. He casually released Zhao Min's acupoint. Before he had time to ask, Zhao Min raised her hand and slapped him in the face. It was easy for Song Qingshu to dodge, but now he felt guilty, so he didn't dodge and took her slap. "Why didn't you dodge?" Zhao Min didn't expect that she would hit this terrible master with a casual wave of her hand. "If hitting me can appease your Grace, then I won't dodge even if you hit me a few more times." Song Qingshu sighed. He thought that last night he was carefree and happy, but Zhao Min experienced the most painful thing in her life. It was really unpredictable. Thinking of what happened last night, Zhao Min's face was so red that water was about to ooze out. She snorted coldly and said, "What's the use of hitting you? I know it's useless for you to hit me. You just want your Grace to feel better." Song Qingshu looked at her and said in a deep voice, "Who was it last night? As long as your Grace says the word, I will help you kill him no matter how good his kung fu is." Zhao Min had just woken up, and the feeling of shame last night had not completely faded. Now her mind was still in a daze, so she didn't realize that Song Qingshu's words were inappropriate. She subconsciously pointed to Mrs. Tang beside her and said, "How good can her kung fu be? Humph, in that case you can help me kill her." "Mrs. Tang?" Song Qingshu suddenly froze. Last night, Mrs. Tang, who else could it be? Zhao Min was ashamed and angry at the same time. Last night, Mrs. Tang licked and touched her body. That disgusting yet exciting feeling was still fresh in her memory. "Speaking of which, it's all your fault. If you didn't confuse her, she wouldn't have mistaken me for you, and then. She couldn't continue talking about the embarrassing scene after that. Song Qinshu finally came to his senses and said with ecstasy, "Was she the one who bullied you last night? What are you laughing at? Is it so funny?" Zhao Min glared at him fiercely and said with grievance, "I'm happy. No, I want to say that fortunately it was her." Song Qinshu said incoherently. Zhao Min was extremely smart. She connected the dots to his expression when he saw her and the words he said. Now that she had calmed down and thought about it, she finally understood that Song Qinshu thought she had been humiliated by a man last night. Subconsciously, she regretted beating him at his own game and making use of his guilt to plot more benefit. However, Zhao Min quickly threw this thought to the back of her mind. Although she was unscrupulous in her schemes, she couldn't use her clean reputation. She couldn't do it. When it came to her innocence, Zhao Min remembered the scene of her lying powerlessly on the bed last night and being molested by Mrs. Tang. Her eyes turned cold. She reached inside her thigh and pulled out a cold dagger. She wanted to cut Mrs. Tang's neck. Song Qinshu was shocked and quickly stopped Zhao Min's hand. His fingers brushed her wrist. Zhao Min only felt that her arm was numb and she could no longer hold the dagger in her hand. "Your Highness, Mrs. Tang didn't know what happened last night. It's unjust to be killed like this." Song Qinshu's words were full of laughter. He couldn't hide his schadenfreude. "I knew that you couldn't bear to let go of this vixen," Zhao Min said bitterly. Her eyelashes trembled and she almost shed tears. "Do you know that last night. She couldn't say the rest of the words. "A fake phoenix can't be the real one. Your Highness, you don't have to care too much." Song Qinshu comforted her. "It didn't happen to you. Of course, it's easy for you to say that." Zhao Min bit her lower lip. "If I tie you up and let Xianming elders play with you, will you think it's no big deal?" Song Qinshu almost vomited at the thought of that terrifying scene. He shuddered and said, Stop. How can they be mentioned in the same breath?" "Why not?" Zhao Min looked at him funny. "Mrs. Tang didn't have the tools to commit the crime," Song Qinshu said with a black face. He didn't want to continue this disgusting topic. He quickly said, "Your Highness, if you don't mind exposing your body in front of me, we can continue talking." Oh! Only then did Zhao Min realize that her clothes were stripped by Mrs. Tang last night. She was covered with a thin blanket before. However, in order to kill Mrs. Tang just now, when she fought with Song Qinshu, the thin blanket slipped unconsciously. "You're still looking." Seeing Song Qinshu staring at her with eyes full of admiration, Zhao Min said angrily. Okay, I won't look." Song Qinshu smiled and turned his back to her. "Your Highness, you don't have to mind it too much. In my hometown, many beautiful women would dress like you when they go on vacation at the seaside. No one would think it's a big deal." Zhao Min trembled with anger. "It's such a dirty place that can give birth to such a dirty person like you. I just want to make you feel better. Don't take my kindness for granted." Song Qinshu sighed and shook his head. Zhao Min hid in the quilt and put on the clothes scattered on the bed. Suddenly, she saw the dagger in Song Qinshu's hand. She couldn't help but be stunned. She bit her lip and said, "Give it to me." "What is it?" Song Qinshu was stunned and naturally turned around. "Who told you to turn around?" Zhao Min said angrily. "You're hiding in the quilt. I don't have X-ray vision. What are you afraid of?" Song Qinshu didn't care and sat down on the bed. Zhao Min was speechless for a moment. She pointed to the thing in his hand and said, "This." Song Qinshu looked at the dagger in his hand, which looked like a small machete, and remembered that she seemed to have pulled it out from the inside of her thigh. He suddenly laughed and said, "Is this the princess's chastity guard? It's none of your business." Zhao Min blushed and said grumpily, "Since it's such a valuable thing, I naturally can't return it." Song Qinshu laughed and put the dagger in his arms. "How can you be so shameless?" Zhao Min didn't know what to do with him. Your Highness, ask yourself. If I was really shameless, what could your broken dagger do? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Zhao Min was stunned, but she also understood that he was speaking the truth. Although he often took advantage of her, he was still courteous to her overall and had never really violated her. Although she had already acknowledged it in her heart, she couldn't admit it. Zhao Min snorted and quietly put on her clothes. She raised her chin and looked at Mrs. Tang. What are you going to do with this woman? You can't let her sleep all the time. If you don't mind, I'll unseal her acupoints, Song Qingshu said and raised his finger. Don't. Zhao Min panicked and quickly stopped him. If Mrs. Tang woke up and saw her, she would remember what happened last night. Don't worry. She won't remember what happened last night. She will only think that something happened between us. Seeing her panic, Song Qingshu laughed. Really? Zhao Min looked suspicious, but she was finally relieved. She suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, What kind of kung fu did you use to confuse her? Are you afraid? Song Qingshu looked proud. Don't worry, I won't use it on you. Although they were enemies, Zhao Min subconsciously believed the sincerity in his words. She pondered for a moment and said, Chapter 335. You're so knowledgeable, Your Highness. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. I'm afraid Zhou Zhirua taught you, right? Zhao Min asked. How did you know? Song Qingshu asked curiously. I almost lost my life because of her in Haozhou City. Naturally, I have a deep impression of her martial arts. Zhao Min patted her chest with lingering fear. Your Highness, you kidnapped me in front of all the heroes in the world. I really admire you, Your Highness, Song Qingshu praised. Of course you should thank me. Zhao Min snorted. If it weren't for me, Zhou Zhirua would have married someone else. You wouldn't have had a chance. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. It's my luck to get her. If I don't, it's my fate. That's all. Zhao Min looked at him strangely. I feel that you seem to have become more sage-like after not seeing you for a while. Is that so? Song Qingshu chuckled. Have you ever considered falling in love with someone else, Your Highness? Zhao Min's pretty face turned cold. You're back to your annoying self. Song Qingshu didn't care and yawned tiredly. What did you do last night? Why are you so tired? Zhao Min frowned slightly. You ran thousands of miles in one night. You'll be tired too, Song Qingshu said impatiently. Was it just for traveling? Zhao Min had a suspicious look on her face. You took me with you from Shandong to Kaifeng, but you didn't seem tired at all. Thinking of Xia Qingqing's gentleness, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly put on a straight face. If it wasn't for traveling, what else could it be? For example, spending some time with that girl. Zhao Min's lips curled into a faint smile. Let me calculate. With your lightness skill, it would take you 6 hours to travel back and forth. Including some delays, 8 hours would be more than enough. But from the time you left last night until now, you've spent a total of 10 hours. What did you do in those extra 2 hours to make you so tired? Hearing her clearly calculate the time, Song Qingshu was stunned and looked at her with a complicated expression. Whoever marries you in the future will have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. This is also something my future husband needs to consider. It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Min smiled indifferently. With such a smart wife at home, how could he have the chance to go out and have fun? Song Qingshu's expression was one of mourning for her husband. Isn't it enough for him to have fun after marrying me? Zhao Min's face was bright and she looked particularly confident. I find that Your Highness seems to have intentionally or unintentionally avoided mentioning Zhang Wuji. It seems that what happened between you is not a small quarrel between ordinary lovers. Song Qingshu showed a sly smile. Zhao Min was shocked. If she was a little careless, she would be tricked by him. She quickly calmed down and smiled. Alas, my good intentions are taken as bad intentions. I thought you didn't like to hear the name of someone who has an ambiguous relationship with your wife. It seems that I worried too much. Jojiro? She had an ambiguous relationship with your husband before, but now she is still worthy of my trust. If it was before, this matter could be said to be a sore spot for Song Qingshu. But for him now, it was just a trivial matter. It was difficult for Song Qingshu to understand this change. He could only attribute it to the change of his state of mind. On the other hand, Your Highness, is he still worthy of your trust? It was unknown whether she was affected by Song Qingshu's words or something else. Zhao Min's face suddenly became gloomy and she became silent. Song Qingshu knew that it was better to stop while he was ahead. He did not intend to continue to provoke her. He said, Your Highness, we should go. Where to? Zhao Min did not respond for a moment. Of course, to find Ping Yizhi. Could it be that Your Highness is reluctant to leave this woman who has a physical relationship with you? Song Qingshu looked between the two women strangely. A dog's mouth can't spit ivory. Zhao Min spat and hesitated. Don't you want to tell her? She knew that with Mrs. Tang's influence in the Jin Kingdom, if she accidentally offended her, it would be really inconvenient for them in Kaifeng. Say what? Say that she was with a woman last night? Song Qingshu said impatiently. Just leave a letter to thank her for her hospitality. Zhao Min rolled her eyes and quickly smiled. So someone can't stand Mrs. Tang's excessive enthusiasm. Song Qingshu's face became hot. He deliberately said fiercely, If you continue to gloat like this, then I will let her serve you every day. Thinking of the humiliation last night, Zhao Min's face turned pale. She smiled embarrassedly and said, Forget it. Let's go. If you want to go, then help me write the letter. Song Qingshu snorted and pointed to the writing table in the distance. Why don't you write it yourself? Zhao Min pulled up her sleeve and dipped it in ink. She suddenly realized something. Under the reflection of the ink, Zhao Min's wrist was as white as jade. Song Qingshu secretly praised her and then answered, My handwriting is too ugly. Besides, with the commandery princess, a female Zhuge who is full of wisdom, why would I need to do it myself? After coming to this world, Song Qingshu was most unaccustomed to writing calligraphy. His handwriting could be said to be unbearable to look at. In the Forbidden City, in order not to reveal any flaws, he tried hard to imitate Kangxi's note. He was worried that Zhao Min would see through him, so he didn't plan to write it himself. You are honest. Hearing him admit that his handwriting was ugly, Zhao Min smiled slightly. She wrote quickly and quickly left a letter. Song Qingshu stepped forward and saw that the strokes were vertical and horizontal. At the same time, it was quite charming. He couldn't help but blurt out, Good handwriting. Zhao Min disdainfully smiled and said, Even your praise is so uncultured. I really believe that you can't write any good handwriting. Song Qingshu smiled warmly and didn't refute, Let's go. When Madame Tang wakes up, just take it as a dream. I think she won't deliberately send people to embarrass us. To be honest, I do admire you a bit. This Madame Tang is the cream of the crop in terms of appearance and figure. I'm afraid there aren't many men in the world who wouldn't be tempted by such a charming beauty throwing herself at you. Yet, you actually rejected her without any hesitation. Zhao Min suddenly sighed. That's because I have the more beautiful and refined commandery princess by my side. It's natural to see other women. If it weren't for the fact that Xia Qingqing was still waiting for him, Song Qingshu might have had sex with her. Anyway, consensual sex was normal in his previous life. Of course, he naturally wouldn't explain all this to Zhao Min. Instead, he teased her playfully. Nonsense again. Zhao Min blushed, but when she heard his praise, she still couldn't hide her happiness. Why did you bring me here? Looking at the high wall in front of her, Zhao Min's smile froze. If we don't go over the wall, do you want to go through the gate? We left a letter and left without saying goodbye. If we go through the gate, It would be bad if the servants of the Tang mansion ran to report to Madame Tang. Song Qingshu explained. Zhao Min's thoughts were as fast as lightning. She snorted and said, I think you want to take advantage of me openly. You know that I'm seriously injured and can't cross this high wall, so I can only rely on your help. How is it taking advantage of me to hold your waist and hand? Song Qingshu looked at her strangely. You know, I carried you all the way here from Shandong. Zhao Min blushed and subconsciously explained, That's because I fell asleep. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. It turns out that you don't mind being taken advantage of when you're asleep. That's not what I meant. Zhao Min hurriedly said. Don't be so dirty. Song Qingshu's face became serious, and he stretched out his hand in front of her. Don't talk nonsense. Either let me carry you out, or stay here to serve Madame Tang. Compared with the absurd things with Madame Tang, Zhao Min found that being hugged by him seemed to be no big deal. Although she had made a decision, she couldn't put down her pride and stood there bashfully. Song Qingshu didn't want to talk nonsense with her. As she screamed, he held her slender waist, and the two of them jumped out of the Tang mansion together. Until they walked on the street, Zhao Min still looked a little embarrassed. In order to dispel her embarrassment, she said casually, I heard that Ping Yizhi wants a patient to kill someone for him before he's willing to treat him. He's not called the famous doctor who kills people for nothing. Song Qingshu nodded. Then, Zhao Min hesitated, if he asks you to kill someone close to you, will you do it? Song Qingshu turned his head and looked her up and down. Why are you looking at me? Zhao Min felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and she evaded his eyes. I'm wondering why a smart person like you would ask such a stupid question. Song Qingshu sneered. Ah. Zhao Min was dumbfounded. Song Qingshu said indifferently, Ping Yizhi saved you, not me. If he wants to kill someone, of course you'll do it for him. Besides, your Ruyang mansion has countless experts, so you won't dirty your hands. To save someone, you have to kill someone. Why would Ping Yizhi set such a strange rule? Zhao Min frowned and a thought flashed through her mind. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. According to the rumors, Ping Yizhi believed that God and King Yama would know how many people there were in the world. If he cured more people, fewer people would die, and there would be too many people alive and too few dead, which would be unfair to King Yama. In the future, after he died, even if King Yama didn't care, the little judge would make things difficult for him. I'm afraid that his life in the underworld would be difficult. That's why he kills one person to maintain balance. Song Qingshu didn't expect that there would be people in this era who understood the principle of ecological balance. Zhao Min couldn't help but laugh. It sounds like this Ping Yizhi is a strange person. The two of them asked about Ping Yizhi's residence along the way. Although most people didn't know, the famous doctor who killed people had a reputation, so there were always a few people in Jianghu who knew. Following their directions, the two of them gradually left Kaifeng City. If I knew that Ping Yizhi's residence wasn't in the city, I wouldn't have entered last night. Song Qingshu sighed gloomily. That Madame Tang looks sweet on the surface, but she's very evil in secret. She knew that we were looking for Ping Yizhi, but she tricked us into entering the city. Zhao Min was indignant. That's not necessarily true. She's used to living like a princess, so she might not know the whereabouts of people in Jianghu like Ping Yizhi. It's not impossible that she subconsciously thought that the famous doctor lived in the city. She was kind enough to send us into the city, so it's not good to talk about her behind her back. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. She obviously likes you, but she's just using the opportunity to bring you back to the mansion. Zhao Min didn't like Madame Tang to begin with, so her impression of her worsened. Very quickly, she rejoiced in other people's misfortune. She didn't expect you to be so calm and indifferent to her seduction. Chapter 336. She was clearly interested in you in the beginning. Song Qinshu said angrily. If the Sun Moon sect and the Red Coat Army hadn't interrupted her, she probably wouldn't have known that you were a woman. But even so, she still got what she wanted. Seeing the gloating expression on Song Qinshu's face, Zhao Min knew that he was referring to her being bullied by Madame Tang last night. She couldn't help but say angrily, "It's all your fault." The two of them quarreled along the way. They turned from a small path into a call, passed by a dozen large willow trees, and saw a few tile-roofed houses by a small stream. Zhao Min was delighted. "We're finally here." However, Song Qinshu blocked her with one hand and looked at the tile-roofed house with a solemn expression. "I wonder which hero is waiting for Song Mao here. Mr. Song's internal energy is indeed profound. You knew that we were hiding in the house from so far away." A crisp and gentle voice came from the tile-roofed house. A group of black-clothed people quickly came out and surrounded the two of them. Noticing the sun and moon embroidered on the black-clothed people's clothes and the unique bamboo tube shape, Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. "Sage Nun, you really can't forget me. You actually mobilized so many people to wait here." I haven't seen you for a day, but your mouth still stinks." With a soft snort, Ren Yingying slowly walked out of the house with her hands behind her back. Her green dress fluttered in the wind, and her delicate and timid body looked like it would be blown away by the wind. "Stinks? Really?" The first sentence was directed at Ren Yingying, but the second sentence was directed at Zhao Min's face. "So disgusting." Zhao Min had a look of disgust on her face as she returned a punch. Song Qinshu laughed and looked at Ren Yingying. "How does Sage Nun know that Song Mao's mouth stinks? Have you smelled it before? How dare you speak to Sage Nun like this?" Seeing his frivolous words, the Sun Moon sect's members angrily rebuked. Ren Yingying's face darkened. "I'm not here to argue with you today. Last time, Fourth Lady protected you. Let's see where you can run to today." It turned out that she had no choice but to retreat last night. Ren Yingying recalled the scene on the Blackwood Cliff. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She decided to kill Song Qinshu. She could tell that Zhao Min was seriously injured and guessed that Song Qinshu had come to Kaifeng to seek treatment from Ping Yizhi. Thus, he had long since set up an ambush here, and sure enough, he was caught red-handed. Song Qinshu smiled calmly. "Why should I run? Even if Cult Master Ren came personally, Song Mao wouldn't care. Do you think you can stop me with just these shrimp soldiers and crab generals?" The Sun Moon sect's members were all famous experts in Jianghu. They were elites that Ren Wuxing had secretly recruited. Even though they weren't as strong as the sect elders, they weren't too far off. Hearing Song Qinshu's words, they were all enraged. Ren Yingying raised her hand to stop her subordinates from cursing. She said softly, "Mr. Song's martial arts are naturally not bad. However, no matter how good a person is, he's still just an ordinary person. The bamboo tubes in their hands are filled with poisonous ink. Even a little bit of it will kill you. Mr. Song can give it a try." "Is it really that poisonous?" Song Qinshu shrugged with a face full of disbelief. "You're still joking at a time like this," Zhao Min said in a low voice. In fact, she couldn't understand why Song Qinshu didn't take the opportunity to escape when this group of people rushed out. Instead, he let them surround them and put them in such a desperate situation. Zhao Min had seen the power of the Sun Moon sect's poison last night. Ren Yingying saw that he didn't move, so she wasn't in a hurry to give an order. She smiled faintly and said, "Since you've come to seek medical treatment from Mr. Ping, you've naturally heard of his reputation as a divine doctor. This poison was meticulously developed by Mr. Ping. I'm afraid that even the other 3 divine doctors in the world can't cure it." Song Mao almost forgot that Ping Yizhi is a member of your Sun Moon sect. Song Qinshu sighed. He looked at the short and fat old man beside Ren Yingying and asked, "Is this Dr. Ping who is known as the famous killer doctor?" Seeing Song Qinshu's appearance, a strange look flashed through the short and fat old man's eyes. However, he quickly concealed it and laughed. Yes, it's me. According to Song Mao's knowledge, Dr. Ping used to be Dongfang Bubi's confidant. Now that Rin Wuxing and his daughter have rebelled, have you changed sides so quickly? He recalled that Dongfang Muxue had once told him that she had used Ping Yizhi to deceive Dongfang Bubi into thinking that he could perform a brain transplant. That was how Dongfang Muxue was able to seize the opportunity to become the real Dongfang Bubi. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Dongfang Bubi has gone against the grain and has long fallen into a bottomless abyss. Moreover, the position of sect leader originally belonged to sect leader Rin. Recalling that Dongfang Muxue had burned the bridge after crossing the river and did not pass the sunflower treasure book to him, Ping Yizhi gnashed his teeth in hatred. Dongfang Bubi has fallen into a bottomless abyss? Song Qinshu looked at Ren Yingying with a smile. Is this what sect leader Ren and the holy nun told their subordinates? Without waiting for the other party to reply, Song Qinshu said to Ping Yizhi, I wonder if they told Dr. Ping that I fell off the cliff with Dongfang Bubi that day. Am I not standing here in one piece? Hearing his words, Ping Yizhi's expression changed. The members of the Sun Moon sect couldn't help but look at each other. Dongfang Bubi's prestige was still there, and they had sworn loyalty to Ren Wuxing because they thought that Dongfang Bubi was dead. Ren Yingying's face was ashen. A sect couldn't have two leaders. In order to appease the people as soon as possible, Ren Wuxing naturally announced that Dongfang Bubi was dead. Who knew that Song Qinshu would expose him at this time? Song Qinshu was waiting for this opportunity. Seeing that the people's attention wasn't on him, he suddenly pounced on Ren Yingying. When the people reacted, Song Qinshu had already returned to his original position. He had Ren Yingying by the neck and was standing in front of the two people. Dongfang Bubi, Ping Yizhi muttered to himself. Song Qinshu's ghost-like movements reminded him of Dongfang Bubi in the past. A trace of fear appeared on his face. You guys can shoot as much as you want. If you hurt this beautiful holy nun, I'm afraid your sect leader Ren won't let you off. Song Qinshu calmly looked around. Wherever his gaze landed, the members of the Sun Moon sect put down their bamboo tubes involuntarily. You guys can shoot as much as you want. Don't worry about me. Ren Yingying was angry and anxious. She didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would cause the tables to turn, turning her from the hunter to the prey. Thinking about what Song Qinshu had done to her in the bathtub at Blackwood Cliff, and now that she was in his hands, she didn't know what kind of humiliation she would have to endure. Ren Yingying made up her mind and simply ordered her subordinates to shoot the poisonous water arrows. She wanted to perish together with Song Qinshu. The members of the Sun Moon sect looked at each other. Who would dare to make a move on the dignified holy nun? Not only would they not get any merit, but they would also get into trouble. Therefore, although they heard Ren Yingying's order, they all chose to put down their bamboo tubes at the same time. How many times have you fallen into my hands? Song Qinshu laughed and said in her ear as Ren Yingying kept twisting in his arms. Bah! Ren Yingying's response was a spit of spit from Ren Yingying. Song Qinshu leaned to the side and dodged. Ren Yingying's spit instantly landed on Zhao Min's face. Zhao Min's willowy brows straightened and she raised her hand to slap Ren Yingying. Hey, you should give her some face in front of her subordinates. Song Qinshu hurriedly blocked Zhao Min's hand. Oomph! Zhao Min angrily retracted her hand. In the end, it's all your fault. Flirting in broad daylight. Don't you have any shame? Ren Yingying spat. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Min glared at her angrily. Holy nun, don't be so quick with your tongue. Song Qinshu hurriedly separated the two women and smiled at Ren Yingying. I treat you well, right? You've fallen into my hands so many times, but I've never touched a hair on you. I'm still protecting you even now. Instead, you're the one who wants to kill me every time you see me. Pooey, shameless. Ren Yingying gritted her teeth as she thought about how he would take advantage of her every time she fell into his hands. Prince Song, how about we make a deal? Ping Yizhi couldn't stand it any longer. He coughed lightly and interrupted the seemingly intimate conversation between the two. That depends on the bargaining chip. Song Qingshu raised his head and smiled. Young Master Song, your companion's footsteps are unsteady, and his breathing is rapid. His face is pale, and I'm afraid he's severely injured. You're here to seek medical attention, right? Ping Yizhi said confidently. Mr. Ping's eyes aren't bad. All right, as long as you treat my companion, I'll let your holy nun go. How about that? Song Qingshu felt that this was a very fair deal. Unexpectedly, Ping Yizhi shook his head. No. What do you mean? Song Qingshu was shocked. You should know my rules. Treat one person, kill one person. It's not impossible for me to save your companion, but you have to help me kill someone first. Ping Yizhi said indifferently. What? Song Qingshu sneered. You're so daring. You don't even care about your holy nun's life? The holy nun is the holy nun, and rules are rules. Ping Yizhi's voice was hoarse. If I'm not wrong, the holy nun is such a charming beauty. Young master can't bear to hurt her. Ping Yizhi, don't talk nonsense. Ren Yingying was the thinnest-skinned person. She valued her face the most in her life. When she heard Ping Yizhi's words, she couldn't help but fly into a rage. Zhao Min looked playfully at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu couldn't help but blush. He said in a low voice, "What if I don't agree?" "It doesn't matter. Then let's just continue like this." Ping Yizhi's face was calm. "We can afford to waste time, but young master's companion can't. This old man can see that you've been using your internal energy to prolong her life. However, looking at her complexion, she seems to have experienced some great joy and sorrow last night. Her injuries have worsened. If she doesn't receive treatment in 2 hours, even if you transfer all your energy to her, it will be useless." Song Qingshu was shocked. As expected, he noticed that Zhao Min's face was growing paler. He thought that last night, Tang Furen must have. At that time, she was so angry that her injuries worsened. Zhao Min clearly had the same thought. When she met his gaze, she couldn't help but glare at him. "Who do you want me to kill?" Song Qingshu sighed. Earlier, he had joked with Zhao Min about having the experts of the Ruyang household make a move. Ping Yizhi obviously wouldn't accept it. So, he could only agree and let Ping Yizhi save Zhao Min first. He would think of another way to kill her. This person is very famous in the martial arts world. You may not dare to kill him. Ping Yizhi deliberately paused and chuckled. Famous in the martial arts world? Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't know who Ping Yizhi was referring to. He thought to himself, if you want me to kill Zhang Wuji, I would be more than happy to do so. What, are you afraid? Ping Yizhi curled his lips in disdain. Don't try to provoke me. In this world, there aren't many people that I, Song Qingshu, can't kill. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. His tone was full of disdain. Those who want to discuss the plot are welcome to add 337294925. Chapter 337. Is that so? Then I wonder if you can kill the famous Gus Murong Fu? Ping Yizhi laughed coldly. Murong Fu? Song Qingshu was startled. Speaking of which, when his meridians were all broken, it was thanks to Murong Fu's help that he was able to learn about the godly radiating scripture from Wang Yuan. At that time, he swore in his heart that one day he would return the favor. Although not long after, because Jiumaji kidnapped Wang Yuan, a series of coincidences led to the two of them fighting each other, but Song Qingshu still did not forget the favor between him and Wang Yuan. You were bragging so loudly just now, and now you're backing down? Ping Yizhi said impatiently when he saw Song Qingshu standing there in a daze. I wonder how Prince Murong offended Mr. Ping to the point that Mr. Ping wants to kill him? Song Qinshu thought that if there were any misunderstandings between the two, it would be best if he could solve it himself, so there was no need to make a move against Murong Fu. You don't have to worry about that. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you continue to make excuses, I'm afraid your companion will not be able to be saved. Ping Yizhi did not give in. He was certain that Song Qinshu would agree to his conditions. But Prince Murong is far away in Gusu, thousands of miles away from here. There's no time to go back and forth. Mr. Ping Yizhi should save my companion first, then I'll help you kill Murong Fu. What do you think? Seeing that Ping Yizhi was not going to give in, Song Qinshu could only think of a way to avoid it. After he saved Zhao Min, he would think of a way to deal with him. He. Ping Yizhi seemed to see through his thoughts. What a coincidence. Murong Fu is currently in a broken temple 30 miles away from here. If you rush there immediately, you should still be able to make it. What a coincidence. Song Qinshu was shocked, and hesitation appeared on his face. Zhao Min frowned. She was hesitant as to whether she should reveal her identity. The other party was wary of the Mongolian forces, so he would not leave her in the lurch. However, in that case, she would inevitably become a hostage for them to threaten the Mongolians. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to reveal her identity. The person you want to save is me. If you want to kill someone, naturally it should be me. It's just Gusu's Murong Fu. As long as you heal my injuries, I promise to deliver Murong Fu's head to you within a month, Zhao Min said coldly as she looked at Ping Yizhi with her hands behind her back. With Ping Yizhi's eyesight, he could naturally see that Zhao Min was a woman disguised as a man. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but sneer. Little girl, you have such a big tone. North Qiaofeng, South Murong is equally famous in the present age. The Murong family's Big Dipper technique is superb. Although Murong Fu hasn't practiced it to perfection, he isn't someone that a little girl like you can kill. If I say I can kill him, then I can naturally kill him. As for how to kill him, that's my problem. You don't need to worry about it, Dr. Ping. Zhao Min had been in a high position for a long time. Her words naturally had a convincing tone. Of course, Song Qinshu believed that Zhao Min could do it. There were many masters in the Ruyang imperial residence. Although Murong Fu's martial arts were high, if Zhao Min really wanted to kill him, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Ping Yizhi was not clear about Zhao Min's identity. Thus, although he was slightly moved, in the end, he still shook his head. In recent years, this Prince Song has been in the limelight. His martial arts are rumored to be superb by the people of Jianghu. With him taking action to kill Murong Fu, I'm sure it'll be a cinch. Why should I give up what's close at hand and seek help from a little girl like you? Zhao Min was enraged. She still wanted to say something, but Song Qinshu pulled her hand and shook his head slightly. It's better if I go. With him taking action, Murong Fu might have a chance to survive. If he really let the group of masters from the Ruyang imperial residence take action, Murong Fu would most likely have a hard time escaping. Considering the kindness they had shown each other in the past, Song Qinshu naturally did not want to see Murong Fu fall into a dead end. Seeing that Song Qinshu was determined, Zhao Min hesitated for a moment and said, "If I remember correctly, you once said that you can also heal the injuries on my body. If it really doesn't work, then I'll use your method to heal it." "If you know what my method is, Princess will definitely not be willing," Song Qinshu said with a bitter smile. Zhao Min stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. Her dimples were stained with a layer of red clouds. She said in a low voice, "Isn't it just to take off your clothes? It's an urgent matter. As long as you cover your eyes, I don't mind." Because she had been rubbed like tofu by Madame Tang last night, her clothes had long been in a mess. When she woke up in the morning, she had been exposed a lot in front of Song Qinshu. Thinking of this, Zhao Min did not feel that it was difficult to accept that Song Qinshu had treated her injuries. That's just the first step. Song Qingshu was speechless. When he teased her, he had used the spring and autumn period to describe how he had treated a woman's internal injuries. Who knew that Zhao Min would misunderstand that he only needed to take off her clothes? What else is there? Zhao Min looked at him in confusion. She already had a bad guess in her heart. Song Qingshu's face turned red. Even though he was thick-skinned, he was too embarrassed to show off his unique skill in front of so many people. Moreover, he was holding a devil sect holy nun in his arms. He could only move closer to Zhao Min's ear and whisper. Not long after, Zhao Min's ears suddenly turned red. She leaned back and glared at him with an ashen face. Go to hell! I told you that you would never agree. Song Qingshu spread his hands and sighed. If it weren't for the fact that the method is too difficult, I wouldn't have brought the princess from thousands of miles away to Kaifeng to seek medical treatment. Zhao Min's chest heaved up and down. Obviously, her heart was extremely uncalm. On one hand, she was angry at Song Qingshu's frivolous words. On the other hand, she felt that although he had a glib tongue and looked cynical, he was not a lewd person. On one hand, she rejected Tang Foren's embrace last night. On the other hand, he did not use that method to save her, of course. Even if she was not really angry at Song Qingshu, Zhao Min would never agree to that method. Hearing that Song Qingshu had a way to treat Zhao Min, Ren Yingying was shocked. When Song Qingshu moved closer to Zhao Min's ear, she quickly pricked up her ears to find out what method it was. Who knew that Song Qingshu was worried that the secret would be leaked? Although he was next to Zhao Min's ear, he still chose to use the method of telepathy. How could Ren Yingying hear it? Seeing Zhao Min's big reaction, she became even more curious. What are you guys whispering about? Do you want to kill Murong Fu? Quickly decide. Otherwise, after he leaves the broken temple, it won't be easy to find his traces. Ping Yizhi impatiently interrupted the strange silence between the three people. Okay, I'll go kill him. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, but when I go, you must treat my companion. Her injuries can't be delayed. I don't want to kill Murong Fu and come back only to find her dead. No problem, as long as she enters this old man's thatched cottage, I will be able to save her from the gates of hell. However, Ping Yizhi stroked his goatee, a sharp glint flashing in his small eyes. If you play any tricks with this old man, this old man can save her, and naturally I can also easily take back her life. As the saying goes, medicine and poison are inseparable. Song Qingshu understood that with Ping Yizhi's ability, while treating Zhao Min, he could also plant a poison in her body just in case. It was not a difficult task, but now, he could not care so much. He could only save Zhao Min's life first. Okay. Song Qingshu's face was as calm as still water. His palm gently pushed Zhao Min's waist. With a light cry, she flew lightly to Ping Yizhi's side. Song Qingshu's movements were as light as a feather, as well as his exquisite control of his strength, caused all the experts present to be endlessly shocked. Ping Yizhi stroked his goatee, his eyes wandering, no one knew what he was thinking. I'll leave her here. If anything happens to her when I return, not only will I kill you, but I'll also annihilate the entire Sun-Moon Divine sect, Song Qingshu said in a menacing tone. The people present looked at each other in dismay. After witnessing his qigong and the technique just now, they knew that his martial arts surpassed theirs by too much. Their faces were full of bewilderment. Only Ping Yizhi was expressionless as he calmly said, "You're going to kill someone. Murong Fu is not an easy person to deal with. Bringing the Saintess with you will restrict your movements and become a burden to you. Furthermore, if you accidentally hurt her precious body, I'm afraid your companion won't be able to survive. Prince Song, why don't you leave the Saintess here? I guarantee with my many years of reputation in Jianghu that as long as you bring back Murong Fu's head, I'll definitely return this young lady to you. Song Qingshu, if you really listen to him, then we'll really be at the mercy of others." Before Song Qingshu could reply, Zhao Min spoke first. Although she was in danger, she knew that as long as Song Qinshu held the Saintess's life in his hands, her safety would be guaranteed. She was worried that Song Qinshu would be muddle-headed and really return Ren Yingying to them. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." Song Qinshu smiled faintly as he continued to hold Ren Yingying tightly. "Physician Ping, my companion is the same as me. We both have suspicious personalities. The Saintess can't be returned to you for now." Ping Yizhi had an expression as if he had expected this. He calmly nodded his head. "Then young master must be careful on this trip. If the Saintess's body is injured in any way, I will add 10 times the damage to your companion. Ping Yizhi, if I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll definitely raise this broken place of yours to the ground in the future," Zhao Min said coldly. Ping Yizhi didn't mind Zhao Min's threat at all. He sneered, "Young lady, you look so smart and capable, but you're just a fool. Threatening the physician who's treating you like this. Aren't you afraid that my hand will shake and I'll leave a scar on your face?" Zhao Min's willowy eyebrows furrowed. She suddenly calmed down and looked at Song Qinshu. "If things don't work out, come back quickly and use the method you mentioned to save me." Song Qinshu was stunned. A strange smile appeared on his face. "Aren't you afraid that I won't do my best on purpose just to use that method? Even though you're very annoying, there's someone even more annoying than you right now," Zhao Min said indifferently. "Moreover, I know you're not that kind of person. AI, don't give me the good guy card." Song Qinshu rubbed his nose. "I don't even have that much confidence in myself, but you. Alright, in order not to betray your trust, I'll come back as soon as possible." Finishing, he grabbed Ren Yingying's shoulder and quickly disappeared, rushing towards the broken temple that was 30 li away. "Little girl, with your current injury, there aren't more than 3 people in this world that can save you. What virtue or ability does Song Qinshu have? What method does he have to treat your injury?" Seeing Song Qinshu leave, Ping Yizhi couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart. He stared at Zhao Min with a burning gaze. Chapter 338. "Don't you claim to be the world's divine doctor? How come you don't even know this?" Zhao Min said sarcastically. If it was an ordinary method, it would not be a big deal to tell him. However, Song Qinshu's method was too shameful to say. How could Zhao Min tell an outsider this? Ping Yizhi pondered and muttered to himself, "Tianshan Snow Lotus and 1,000-year-old ginseng can only temporarily prolong her life. It is absolutely impossible to cure this girl. Hu Qingniu is already dead. Xue Muhua and the Poison Hand King of Medicine should be able to save her. However, what virtue or ability does Song Qinshu have to actually be able to save her? I can't figure it out. Could it be that he also learned the Dali Duan style one yang finger and didn't hesitate to waste several years of his skills to save this girl?" Zhao Min did not care about what he was saying. Instead, she looked in the direction Song Qinshu disappeared in with a worried expression. She had just said that it did not matter even if Song Qinshu could not kill Murong Fu. Her agreeing to use his method to treat her was just an excuse. On one hand, it would reduce the pressure on Song Qinshu. On the other hand, it would make Ping Yizhi suspicious and unavoidably hold back from taking action for fear of harming the innocent. Song Qinshu sighed faintly on his way to the dilapidated temple 30 li away. How could he not understand that what Zhao Min said just now was only an expedient measure? With her staunch character, she would probably rather die than let him use that method to save her. However, killing Murong Fu for Zhao Min was also absolutely out of the question. If it was not Zhao Min, but Xia Qingqing, Shuang'er, and the others who were forced into a corner, Song Qinshu might really ignore his conscience and kill Murong Fu. After all, although the promise was heavy, it was not as heavy as his own family. Although he had a good impression of Zhao Min in his previous life, the current Zhao Min was just a woman of his enemy. There was no need for him to do so much for her. As for Murong Fu, not to mention the status of the Murong family in Jianghu and the southern Song dynasty, just based on the fact that he was able to learn the God-reflecting scripture with Murong Fu's help, he was unwilling to kill him. On the surface, he had agreed to Ping Yiji's request to save Zhao Min first. Song Qingshu was actually very curious. Ping Yiji and Murong Fu were completely unrelated, so why would he want him to kill him? It was impossible to ask Ping Yiji, but he could find some clues from Murong Fu. After a sleepless night and a long journey, Song Qingshu could not help but feel tired. However, this was a matter of great importance, so he had to force himself to stay awake. Fortunately, with Murong Fu's martial arts skills, he should not be a threat to him. Thinking of Murong Fu's shifting stars, Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then took out a mask from his bosom and put it on. According to the original work, Murong Fu was narrow-minded. If he told him the truth, he might not cooperate with him to save Zhao Min. To avoid wasting time, it would be better to subdue him first and bring him to Ping Yiji. Of course, Song Qingshu also wanted to use this opportunity to test out the marvelous shifting stars, which was famous in the martial arts world, to be on par with Whitehead Supreme Mystery Scripture and Sunflower Treasure Book, in the words of the Poison Hand King of Medicine. There is no need to hide the head but show the tail when a master is visiting. As Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, Murong Fu's clear voice came from the ruined temple. As expected of North Qiaofeng, South Murong, Prince Murong sensed me when I stopped for a moment. Song Qingshu smiled and walked towards the dilapidated temple with large strides. In his heart, he was extremely shocked. This Murong Fu's martial arts were much higher than he had imagined. In his previous life, Song Qingshu could not understand why Murong Fu could be on par with Qiao Feng in the early stage of demigods and semidevils. Who knew that in the middle stage, Qiao Feng, Jiumaji, and the others could bully him like vegetables. In the later stage, even with the four great generals, they were no match for Duan Yanqing. It was not that Duan Yanqing's martial arts skills were higher than Qiao Feng and Jiumaji's, but Murong Fu himself had changed. The level of a person's martial arts skills did not only depend on his theoretical skills, but also on his heart. If a person's heart was high, he could defeat several opponents of the same level, such as Blood Knife Ancestor against the Four Wonders of the South, or Xiao Feng against Murong Fu, Ding Chuanqiu, and Yu Tongji. If a person's heart was taken away, he could not defeat those who were weaker than him, such as Li Chunzhou, the world's #1 expert in Wenruyan's novels. Murong Fu belonged to the latter. In the early stages of the game, Murong Fu of the South had been in high spirits, which was why he did not fear Qiao Feng of the North in the slightest. He could even fight to a standstill, but it was a pity that he was soon pulled back to reality by Jiumaji, who continuously gave him blows. Then, on Mount Shaoshi, he was beaten until his face turned pale by Duanyu, a rich playboy who usually looked down on him. For Murong Fu, who was so proud that he was almost eccentric, this was absolutely unacceptable. However, the power of the Six Pulses magical sword made him doubt the martial arts of Gusu's Murong clan. Even when his father, Murong Bo, showed him the mysteries of the joined finger, it did not completely dispel the shadow in his heart. If a person even doubted his own martial arts skills, it would be difficult for his strength not to decline. Because of this, Murong Fu's martial arts skills did not improve, but deteriorated. In the end, even when he joined hands with his family warriors, they were still no match for Duan Yanqing. However, at this moment, Murong Fu's confidence did not seem to have suffered much of a blow. He was still the high-spirited, southern Murong, so it was no wonder that he noticed the slight flaw Song Qingshu showed. "Who are you, sir?" When he saw that Song Qingshu was wearing a mask, Murong Fu was shocked. He quietly grabbed the sword beside him and asked with rapt attention on his guard. As far as the eye could see, Murong Fu's elegance was still the same, and he was still that distinguished and handsome young master from an aristocratic family. However, unlike before, he did not have the outstanding beauty Wang Yuyan by his side. Without Wang Yuyan, there was naturally no Duan Yu, who followed him around. Why isn't Prince Murong's cousin, who knows all the martial arts in the world, by your side? Song Qingshu asked curiously. When Murong Fu heard him ask about his cousin, a hint of anger flashed across his face. What he hated the most in his life was having his cousin point fingers at him while he was competing in martial arts. It made people only praise his cousin and ignore him, the southern Murong. You don't have to worry, sir. My cousin is doing very well. What business do you have with me? Hearing the enmity in Murong Fu's tone, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. It's nothing much. I just want to borrow young master's head. Murong Fu was both shocked and enraged. Haha, just you and you want to take my, Murong Fu's, life? Prince Murong, I have a word of advice for you. In the martial arts world, Gusu Murong is naturally very famous. However, there are many capable people in the martial arts world, and there are many who are stronger than young master. Young master, it's better for you to be cautious, Song Qingshu said calmly. Murong Fu laughed coldly. Naturally, Murong Fu does not dare to say that he is unrivaled in the world. However, with just you, sir, you dare to boast shamelessly about taking my life? Whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not, won't you know after you try? Just as the word dare fell, Song Qingshu had already attacked in front of Murong Fu. Murong Fu was shocked and hurriedly swung his sword. Who knew that he would only hit an afterimage? He was greatly shocked and immediately felt a pressure coming from his shoulder. Fortunately, Nan Murong's reputation was not undeserved. He lowered his shoulder and used revolving star passage technique to disperse Song Qingshu's force. Song Qingshu looked at his hand and recalled the gentle force that came from Murong Fu's shoulder. It guided his force as if he had struck into a deep pool, instantly dispelling his capture. Revolving star passage technique truly lives up to its reputation. Sir's movement technique is also very brilliant. Hearing Song Qingshu's exaggeration, Murong Fu did not feel happy at all. From Song Qingshu's ghostly movement technique just now, he was probably the most dangerous enemy he had encountered in his life. He held his sword horizontally in front of him and calmly looked at Song Qingshu, not daring to be careless in the slightest. However, Song Qingshu was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he said, I've always had a doubt in my heart. I hope that Prince Murong can explain it to me. Without waiting for Murong Fu's reply, he continued, I've heard that Gusu's Murong family's revolving star passage technique is incomparably marvelous, and is most proficient in using your opponent's method to deal with you. However, there are so many martial arts in the world. Could it be that your Murong family is truly proficient in all the martial arts in the world, and at the same time, is it more brilliant than an enemy who has cultivated a certain martial art for decades? Song Qingshu's question was the Murong family's greatest secret, so there was no way Murong Fu would tell him the truth. He only let out a cold snort. The shifting stars are vast and profound. It's not something a small fry like you can pry into. It's fine if young master is unwilling to say it. I will test it myself. It was no wonder that Song Qingshu did not care about proper business and wanted to delay his match with Murong Fu. The revolving star passage technique was simply too famous in Jianghu. Now that Song Qingshu's martial arts had reached such a high level, there were very few martial arts in the world that could catch his eye. And the revolving star passage technique just so happened to be one of them. Usually, due to his scruples, it was very difficult to test Murong Fu's true abilities. This time, he could use the flat finger as an excuse to properly investigate. Sir, please try. Murong Fu had misgivings about his lightness skill that had reached the pinnacle of perfection. He did not dare to let him attack, and hurriedly attacked first. This is the Murong family's famous willow catkin sword technique? Song Qingshu moved his feet lightly. Every time, it looked as if he had just barely dodged Murong Fu's sword technique. In reality, he had a calm expression on his face. Only when he had no way to dodge would he use his finger to flick away the opponent's sword. Divine flicking finger? Sir, could it be that you are from Peach Blossom Island? The vibrations from the sword almost caused him to lose his grip. Murong Fu could not help but be shocked and angry. Prince Murong is indeed knowledgeable about the origins of all the martial arts in the world. However, this time, young master has misjudged. I am only using the ordinary divine flicking finger. It is not the martial arts of Peach Blossom Island. Song Qingshu said with a faint smile as he dodged. How is this possible? Seeing his wrist go numb with just a divine flicking finger, Murong Fu had long been shocked. He subconsciously thought that this was the mystery of the divine flicking finger. All the martial arts in the world lead to the same goal. My divine flicking finger might be similar to the divine flicking finger of Peach Blossom Island's Master Huang. It is not impossible. Prince Murong does not need to be restricted by this. Song Qingshu's words made Murong Fu's face turn red and white. Seeing Murong Fu's lips tightly shut and his sword flashing in the temple, Song Qingshu secretly praised him. Unfortunately, after the baptism of the 5-mountain godly sword and Feng Qingyang in the Repent Cliff, coupled with his understanding of the Dugu seeking a lost sword will, his attainments in sword techniques could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Song Qingshu saw a flaw and pinched Murong Fu's sword with 2 fingers, stopping Murong Fu's sword in the slightest. If Murong Fu had used other weapons, Song Qingshu might not have been able to deal with it so easily. Unfortunately, he was using a sword. Although the Murong family's willow catkin sword technique was exquisite, in the eyes of Song Qingshu today, it was naturally full of flaws. Withdraw your sword! Song Qingshu shouted in a deep voice. Murong Fu felt a huge force coming from the sword, and he could no longer hold on to it. He hurriedly retreated in shock. The sword was caught in Song Qingshu's hand, and a dragon's roar sounded. Song Qingshu casually swung the sword and stabbed it into a pillar in the temple. Prince Murong, I want to see your Big Dipper sword technique, not your willow catkin sword technique. Murong Fu saw him easily snatch away the sword in his hand, and his heart had already turned cold. He smiled sadly and said, If that's the case, I will respectfully accept. Seeing Murong Fu make a strange move, Song Qingshu was delighted. Finally, he was going to see the legendary Big Dipper sword technique. Suddenly, he heard a delicate shout coming from behind him. He frowned and moved 10 feet away. Looking back, he saw that the green bricks where he was standing had already been smashed by the whip. Chapter 339. Song Qingshu's expression changed. When he looked back, he saw a crystal-clear beauty holding a long whip, standing not far away and looking at him vigilantly. Icy snow? Song Qingshu was delighted when he saw the woman's face. Back then, his meridians were severed and he wandered the underworld in a precarious situation. Fortunately, Icy Snow took care of him all the way. Not only did she help him avoid the dangers in the underworld, but she also helped him successfully recover his meridians by obtaining the Spirit Illuminating Sutra. Song Qingshu's attitude toward Icy Snow was very complicated. On the one hand, she was his sworn brother's wife. On the other hand, when he was in a desperate situation, a fairy-like sister suddenly appeared and helped him gently. That unforgettable feeling was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Prince Murong, are you all right? Icy Snow didn't recognize Song Qingshu because he was wearing a mask. Instead, she looked at Murong Fu worriedly. I'm fine. Be careful, Lady Hu. This masked man's martial arts are really incredible. Don't be careless. Murong Fu was relieved when he saw Lady Hu and quickly reminded her. Who exactly are you? Why are you acting so sneakily? Lady Hu nodded slightly and immediately looked at Song Qingshu vigilantly. Song Qingshu suddenly felt that the situation was a little awkward. What would Murong Fu think if he were to take off his mask now? After all, he looked like he was going to take Murong Fu's life just now. Before he could react, Murong Fu had already attacked. Although he had lost his sword, Gusu's Murong Batong wasn't a joke. His punches and kicks still had the demeanor of a master. In order to cooperate with Murong Fu, Icy Snow waved her whip and attacked Song Qingshu at the same time. Song Qingshu had countless questions in his mind at the moment, such as why Icy Snow was with Murong Fu and why Ping Yizhi wanted to kill Murong Fu. The situation was beyond his consideration, and he could only brace himself to deal with it. 18 dragons subduing palms? Not long after, Murong Fu recognized Song Qingshu's move. He was shocked and angry. What is your relationship with Guo Jing of Xiangyang? There were only 3 people in the world who were good at using the 18 dragons subduing palms. Murong Fu was very familiar with Xiao Feng's figure, so he naturally knew that the person in front of him was not Xiao Feng. Hong Qigong was getting on in years, so he was even less suitable. The only other possibility was Guo Jing of Xiangyang. However, Guo Jing was supposed to be guarding Xiangyang, and with Guo Jing's reputation as a hero, it was unlikely that he would hide his tracks. Therefore, it could only be his disciple. The 18 dragon subduing palms isn't a rare martial arts skill, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Then I'd like to invite Prince Murong to evaluate what kind of martial art this is. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Qingshu changed the simple and fierce moves of the 18 dragon subduing palms and used the most ordinary punches and kicks to attack. Murong Fu clearly recognized every move and every style, and he also had a way to counter them, but his palms were always a hair's breadth away, and his opponent was always one step ahead and struck him. Taizu's long fist? Murong Fu was shocked and angry at the same time. That's right. I heard that Xiao Feng used the most ordinary Taizu's long fist to defeat the heroes of the world in the Battle of the Virtuous Manor. I'm very impressed, so I boldly gave it a try. I hope Prince Murong won't mind, answered Song Qingshu. Murong Fu's handsome face swelled until it turned green. He, the dignified southern Murong, was beaten by the most ordinary Taizu's long fist to the point where he could not retaliate. If this spread out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Prince Murong, calm down. He's just deliberately disturbing your mind, Icy Snow hurriedly reminded. Only then did Murong Fu realize what was going on, but it was already too late. Song Qingshu took advantage of his confusion to sneak in and seal his acupoint. Song Qingshu secretly felt lucky. It was not difficult for him to defeat Murong Fu, but it was impossible for him to restrain him in such a short time. Thinking that Zhao Min's life was still uncertain at Ping Zhi's place, he did not have that much time to slowly exchange blows with Murong Fu. He could only take advantage of Murong Fu's weakness to restrain him as soon as possible. The long whip tore through the air, and Song Qingshu quickly dodged to the side. Icy Snow knitted her brows and brandished the long whip like a silver snake. The tip of the whip appeared and disappeared mysteriously, forcing Song Qingshu to be flustered. I didn't expect her to practice the white python whip technique so skillfully. I'm afraid she's even better than Zhou Zhiruo, Song Qingshu pondered while dodging. It turned out that as the ancient Tomb sect's successor, Icy Snow was most proficient in soft and slender weapons like the silver bell and golden lock. After receiving the white python whip technique from Song Qingshu, her mastery of the whip technique improved by leaps and bounds. In terms of whip technique alone, perhaps even Song Qingshu was no match for her. This involved the issue of martial arts compatibility. For example, the 18 subduing dragon palms was most compatible with Xiao Feng's martial arts, the 9 white bone claw was most compatible with Zhou Zhiruo's martial arts, and the white python whip technique was most compatible with Icy Snow. However, Song Qingshu was very familiar with the white python whip technique, so he could defuse his opponent's sharp attacks skillfully every time. Relying on his profound skills, he carried icy snow and gradually ran out of the dilapidated temple. When Icy Snow saw that her attacks were defused skillfully by Song Qingshu, the strange look in her beautiful eyes became more intense. When she saw Song Qingshu's palm attack, she suddenly changed her attitude and gave up all resistance, looking at him quietly. Song Qingshu was shocked. He quickly deflected his palm force and hit a rock at the side, causing dust to fly. Icy Snow was excited and asked with a trembling voice, "Uncle, is that you?" Song Qingshu took off his mask and said with a bitter smile, "I didn't expect that I couldn't hide from sister-in-law even with a mask. It's really you?" Icy Snow was pleasantly surprised when she saw Song Qingshu's appearance. "Am I not dreaming?" "You're not mistaken. It's indeed me." Song Qingshu walked forward and looked at her quietly. Icy Snow shakily stretched out her hand to touch his cheek. "Not long ago, I heard Murong Jingyue's announcement to the world. I thought you." It turned out that Icy Snow had been searching for Murong Jingyue's traces all over the world and didn't immediately know that something had happened to Song Qingshu. When she heard the news recently and was planning to investigate in Yanjing City, she happened to run into Murong Fu, who claimed to have found Murong Jingyue's traces, so the two of them appeared in Kaifeng City together. Song Qingshu held the smooth and soft hand on his face, and felt a cold sensation on his skin. He was amazed. The skin is so cold. Could it be that this is the innate skill of the ancient Tomb sect's successor? "Sister-in-law, I'm not dead. That's just an excuse Kangxi used to deceive the world. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you in the future." Although the matter of replacing Kangxi was of great importance, Song Qingshu didn't mind telling Icy Snow about it. In his heart, Icy Snow was a special existence. The two of them met during their childhood and went through trials and tribulations together. Song Qingshu believed that even if everyone in the world became his enemy, Icy Snow wouldn't hurt him. The reason why he didn't tell her now was that time was tight and he couldn't explain it in a short time. He could only explain it in detail after this crisis was over. After the initial surprise, Icy Snow found that her hand was pinched by Song Qingshu. Her snow-white skin blushed and she said softly, "Uncle, when are you going to stop pinching me?" Song Qingshu loved it when she called him uncle. The elongated sound almost melted his heart. He was so excited that he hugged her in his arms. "After we parted last time, I was worried that we would never meet again in this life. Later, I passed by the king of Medicine Village at Dongting Lake and wanted to see you. But fear said that you weren't here. Do you know how disappointed I was at that time?" Being hugged by him, Icy Snow hurriedly tried to break free, but she couldn't move him at all. When she heard his sincere murmur and thought of all the experiences they had gone through, she was filled with emotions. For a moment, she couldn't help letting him hug her. "I'm sorry to have offended you, sister-in-law." Although Icy Snow's body was soft, cold, and comfortable to hug, Song Qingshu couldn't keep hugging her like this. He looked at her awkwardly and let go of her. Icy Snow smiled and took a step back. She wasn't angry. Instead, she deliberately changed the topic and asked, "Uncle, why are you here all of a sudden?" "I also want to ask you this question, sister-in-law." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Why are you going the same way as Prince Murong? When we visited Swallow Dock, we got Prince Murong's promise to help us find the whereabouts of his collateral descendant, Murong Jingyue. Although the Murong family doesn't have many people now, it's an aristocratic family with hundreds of years of history after all. They always have their special means. Not long ago, I happened to find out that Murong Jingyue has recently appeared in Kaifeng City, so Prince Murong informed me to come together." Icy Snow narrated unhurriedly. There was a special gentleness in her faint voice. "Initially, I wanted to inquire about Uncle's whereabouts in Yanjing City, but Prince Murong spent so much energy on Big Brother who's matter, so I couldn't refuse his kindness. So, I decided to come to Kaifeng City to take a look first. Of course, a kind person like sister-in-law can't refuse other people's kindness, Song Qinshu said with a laugh. Fortunately, sister-in-law came to Kaifeng City. If you came to Yanjing City, I'm afraid we would have missed each other. Icy Snow smiled gently. You're quite open-minded. I thought Uncle would blame me. Why would I blame you? Song Qinshu asked curiously. Icy Snow suddenly looked a little bashful and said softly, I came to find Murong Jingyue first instead of Uncle. Seeing Icy Snow's rare female shyness, Song Qinshu's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head and said, I naturally understand sister-in-law's mind. You must know that entering the Forbidden City is a narrow escape. Before that, you must avenge Big Brother who first so that you can avenge me without any worries. Icy Snow blushed and rebuked. What nonsense are you talking about? Knowing that Icy Snow was shy, Song Qinshu didn't dare to repeat the same mistake, so he quickly explained the purpose of this trip to her. Icy Snow's attention was indeed diverted by him. Her expression quickly returned to normal, but she was also puzzled. Why would Ping Yizhi ask you to kill Prince Murong? I can't figure it out either. These two people are completely unrelated, Song Qinshu said gloomily. Prince Murong's acupoint was sealed by you and he's still in the broken temple. Icy Snow suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. The two of them hurriedly rushed into the temple. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. His hand was too cheap and he insisted on trying the stellar transposition technique. Who knew that Icy Snow would suddenly appear? Not only did he not get to experience the stellar transposition technique, he might even offend Murong Fu. Song Qinshu's thoughts moved like lightning, and he quickly came up with a plan. In any case, he had to repay Murong Fu's kindness in the past, so he might as well do this. At that time, Murong Fu would only be grateful and would not blame him. Chapter 340. Prince Murong, Song Mao, I am truly sorry for my rudeness just now. Song Qinshu apologized with a bitter smile after he unsealed Murong Fu's acupoints. When Murong Fu saw Song Qinshu's face clearly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After all, when Song Qinshu first came to Swallow Dock, he looked like he was half dead. He did not expect that after not seeing him for a few days, his martial arts would have already reached such a high level. When he thought about how he had lost to Song Qinshu so easily with his reputation in the world of martial arts, even though he had received a sincere apology, Murong Fu's face still turned livid. His rationality told him that he should just laugh it off to avoid offending a powerful enemy, but unfortunately, Murong Fu's cheeks twitched, and he still could not squeeze out the warm smile he wanted. Song Qinshu did not continue to explain. Instead, he brought out a book from his bosom and handed it to Murong Fu. Prince Murong, I was only able to repair my meridians because of your guidance in Swallow Dock. Song Mao will always remember this kindness. I heard that you and Xiao Feng do not get along well. Song Mao was lucky enough to find the manual for 18 Dragons Subduing Palm to repay your kindness. Song Qinshu was just being tactful. Murong Fu and Xiao Feng did not just have bad relations. He had lost to Xiao Feng several times, and it had almost formed a psychological scar in his heart. As for the manual for 18 Dragons Subduing Palm, while it was precious, it was not worth it to resolve a knot in Song Qinshu's heart. It had to be known that at Song Qinshu's current realm, training the mind was more important than training the martial arts. If he kept thinking about the kindness he had shown in the past, it would be very difficult for him to improve his cultivation. As for Murong Fu obtaining 18 Dragons Subduing Palm, it did not affect him much. Song Qinshu himself had practiced the 18 Dragons Subduing Palms before, and he understood that this palm technique was most suitable for people like Xiao Feng, who was open-minded and innately heroic. Murong Fu was narrow-minded, so even if he also practiced the 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, The power he could display would be far inferior to Qiao Feng, Guojing, and the others. The 18 subduing dragon palms might seem like a top-notch secret manual, but it would probably have a limited effect on Murong Fu's strength. Of course, with Murong Fu's current level of cultivation, he was naturally unaware of all this. Looking at the booklet in front of him, Murong Fu's heart beat wildly. He really wanted to say something like, "I didn't do anything to deserve a reward," but he didn't say it in the end. He was afraid that if he said it, Song Qingshu would really take back the secret manual. This Prince Song is too polite. His hands trembled as he took over the booklet. Murong Fu's heart was filled with great emotions. With the 18 dragons subduing palms and the shifting stars, I, Murong Fu, am not afraid of a mere Qiao Feng. The day when I restore Great Yen to glory is just around the corner. When he thought of this, he looked at Song Qingshu with his eyes filled with gratitude and excitement. How could he still take his rude behavior to heart? He cupped his fist and said, "From now on, Prince Song will be the most honorable friend of Gusum Murong family." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. He believed that Murong Fu was being sincere at this moment. But with his character, if he were to encounter any conflict of interest in the future, what Murong Fu said would not be of much use. Initially, Song Qingshu thought that he could use the 18 dragons subduing palms to exchange for something interesting from Murong Fu. As the shifting stars was a secret technique of Murong family, there was no way he could exchange for it. But if it was Wang Yuyan, it might not be impossible. After all, in order to restore the kingdom, Murong Fu had thought of using Wang Yuyan to bribe Duan Yu. Of course, as Song Qingshu's state of mind had been improved, he would not do such a thing. So, it was not a big deal to give him the 18 dragons subduing palms. Suddenly, Murong Fu's face fell. "Prince Song," he said awkwardly, "that day in Yangzhou City, I have offended you." Song Qingshu raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. He smiled and said, "Don't take it to heart, Prince Murong. That day you were just trying to save Miss Wang. Speaking of which, there are many misunderstandings. Song Mao just happened to be traveling the same way as Jumaji." Both men looked at each other and laughed. Soon, they had forgotten about the past. "That's right. Has young Master Murong ever offended Feng Ping's finger?" Song Qingshu thought of the urgent matter at hand and quickly asked. "Pingji?" Murong Fu was stunned. Being well informed, he reacted quickly. "Is it the famous killer doctor who kills every person he treats?" "Yes." Song Qingshu stared at him, trying to see if there was anything unusual on his face. Unexpectedly, Murong Fu was puzzled. "No, we have never met before. How could we offend him?" "That's strange," Icy Snow exclaimed. Song Qingshu's face was also solemn. Murong Fu was confused. He looked at the two men who were deep in thought. "What happened?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and briefly told him about Ping Zhi's condition. Seeing Murong Fu's face change, he quickly explained, "Prince Murong, please don't think too much. Just now, I just wanted to experience Murong clan's Big Dipper. I didn't mean to harm you." "What are you talking about, Prince Song? I naturally trust you, Brother Song." Murong Fu thought about it and knew that Song Qingshu was telling the truth. After all, Song Qingshu didn't show any killing intent just now. However, he still felt uncomfortable that his life was in someone else's hand. Icy Snow looked at him worriedly and said softly, "Prince Murong, think about it again and see if you missed anything. Otherwise, why would Ping Zhi want to kill you? Forgive me for being slow-witted, but I really don't remember when I offended this miracle doctor." Murong Fu smiled bitterly. What was Uncle's initial plan? Icy Snow looked at Song Qingshu and asked. She naturally didn't believe that Song Qingshu would use his benefactor's head to save someone. Therefore, she wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain. She also wanted to take this opportunity to resolve the knot in Murong Fu's heart. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, I plan to let Prince Morong cooperate with me and put on a show. Then, we'll know what Ping Zhi is up to. He then explained the entire plan. That's a great plan. I'm also very curious about the grudge between that famous doctor and the Morong family. Morong Fu nodded as he listened. The three of them gathered together to perfect the details of the entire plan. When the three of them came out of the dilapidated temple and saw Ren Yingying, whose acupoints were sealed, Icy Snow and Morong Fu were dumbfounded. "Uncle, who is this lady?" When Icy Snow saw Ren Yingying's beautiful appearance, she looked even more pitiful because she was under someone's control. For a moment she felt complicated in her heart. When Morong Fu saw Ren Yingying, he was also shocked by her beauty. Her beauty was not inferior to his cousin in the slightest. However, his heart was set on restoring his country, and he did not care much about women. Even Wang Yuyan, who was so beautiful and had her heart set on him, had not been touched by him for many years. Ren Yingying was also shocked by Icy Snow's pure and flawless temperament. When she heard Icy Snow address Song Qingshu as uncle, she was puzzled. According to the information, Song Qingshu was the only son of Wudong Sek's Song Yuanqiao. She had never heard of him having an elder brother. Her? Song Qingshu smiled. She's my hostage. Ren Yingying's almond-shaped eyes widened as she glared at him. Ping Zhi went into the thatched cottage. Young lady, you better pray that your lover succeeds in killing Morong Fu. Otherwise, since I can save your life, I can naturally kill you too. Putting the silver needles back into the toolbox, Ping Zhi looked at Zhao Min, whose face was gradually turning red, and sneered. Zhao Min's pretty face was covered with a thin layer of frost. She said coldly, I'll remember today's humiliation. I'll return it to you tenfold in the future. Yo, young lady, you have quite a temper. Ping Zhi laughed and said, Do you think I'm afraid of you? Where did you come from? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Zhao Min snorted coldly. She was not stupid enough to reveal her identity and take unknown risks because of a slip of the tongue. Seeing that she didn't speak, Ping Zhi said, Song Qingshu has different women by his side every time. Moreover, each of them is a national beauty. He's quite lucky with women. Have you seen him before? Zhao Min keenly picked up a piece of information from his words and asked doubtfully. Ping Zhi knew that he had made a slip of the tongue. He quickly put on a straight face and said, Instead of worrying about this, it's better to worry about the poison in your body. You poison me? Zhao Min's voice trembled. Otherwise, how could I feel at ease making a deal with Song Qingshu later? Ping Yizhi's face was filled with pride as he stroked his goatee. Although Song Qingshu is from an upright sect, his ruthlessness isn't inferior to the people of the devil cult. It's inevitable that he'll turn hostile later. His martial arts skills are high, so I have to be on guard. What poison did you put in my body? Zhao Min was shocked and angry. The 3-corpse brain pill. Have you heard of it? Ping Yizhi smiled. Zhao Min was terrified. She was in charge of the Jianghu in the Ruyang Palace, so she naturally knew about the famous 3-corpse brain pill of the Sun Moon sect. It was specially used by the hierarch to control the upper echelons of the sect. Only by taking the antidote on time every year could the toxicity be temporarily suppressed. Otherwise, the corpse worm in the brain would break free. Once it entered the brain, the person who took the pill would move like a ghost or a demon, and would even bite and eat his parents and wife. Thinking of the disgusting worms lurking in her body, Zhao Min trembled with anger. How dare you use such an insidious thing on me? Looks like you've heard of it. Ping Yizhi chuckled. This 3-corpse brain pill is my masterpiece. Whether it's Dongfang Bubi in the past or Renwushing now, they all treat it like a treasure. Also, let me remind you that the antidote is different according to the recipe of the poison. Dongfang Bubi's antidote can't cure Renwushing's 3-corpse brain pill. Renwushing's antidote can't cure Dongfang Bubi's either. Of course, their antidotes can't cure my 3-corpse brain pill either. Ping Yizhi's face was full of pride. In this world, I'm the only one who can cure your poison. So, you have to pray that Song Qinshu doesn't play any tricks later. Even with Zhao Min's unparalleled intelligence, her mind instantly went blank when she thought of the poison in her body. She was extremely vexed. Rather than dying in such a disgusting way, it would have been better to let Song Qinshu have it easy from the start. Suddenly, noises came from outside the door. It seemed to be the greetings of the Sun Moon cult's disciples. Ping Yizhi smiled faintly. Song Qinshu is back. Let's go see if he brought back Murong Fu's head. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and brushed Zhao Min's shoulder. Zhao Min felt her whole body go numb. She was immediately restrained by him and walked out. She was extremely shocked. What kind of acupoint sealing technique is this? How can it be so brilliant? Those who read the book, please join the group 337294925. I want to know how many people are reading this book. Chapter 341. She watched as Song Qinshu escorted a young man over. Although the man's hair was messy and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, his starry eyes and dashing eyebrows could still be seen. Zhao Min frowned slightly. Is this the famous Nan Murong? Why did Song Qinshu really capture him? Song Qinshu, what is the meaning of this? This old man wants you to bring back Murong Fu's head, not a living person. Seeing the scene, Ping Yizhi snorted and tightened his fingers. Zhao Min felt a sharp pain in her shoulder and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Song Qinshu said in a deep voice, If I kill Murong Fu and come back, but you didn't treat my companion according to the agreement, wouldn't I suffer a great loss? In any case, Murong Fu is heavily injured and all his acupuncture points have been sealed by me. I can kill him at any time. With this old man's help, your companion naturally won't die. Look at her and you will know that I didn't lie to you. Now, can you release the sage nun and kill Murong Fu as well? Ping Yizhi pushed Zhao Min in front of him so that Song Qinshu could see her more clearly. How can you see clearly like this? Song Qinshu deliberately lowered his voice. When Ping Yizhi was listening attentively, he suddenly shouted, Let her go! Song Qinshu's two palms pulled at Zhao Min from afar, using the Azure Dragon's absorption of water. Ping Yizhi felt a huge force coming from Zhao Min's body and couldn't hold on any longer. He could only watch helplessly as Zhao Min was sucked in by Song Qinshu. He couldn't help but be alarmed and angry. He hastily spread his wings and followed closely behind Zhao Min. Song Qinshu held Zhao Min in his arms with one hand and struck out with his right palm. Ping Yizhi, who was in midair, felt a heavy wave of qi coming at him. He quickly put his palms in front of him, and with a bang, he retreated even faster than when he came. After landing on the ground, he took a few steps back before he could steady himself. Prince Song is indeed worthy of his reputation as the #1 expert of the Manchurian Qing. Ping Yizhi coughed a few times, his face as gloomy as water. Physician Ping's words are wrong. Song Mao has already broken off relations with the Manchurian Qing court. How can he be called the #1 expert of the Manchurian Qing? Song Qinshu was also incomparably shocked. He had never heard of Ping Yizhi's martial arts being so amazing. Although he had held back his strength in that palm, normal people would either vomit blood or have their blood and qi churning. They wouldn't be able to speak at all. However, Ping Yizhi seemed to be completely fine. Prince Song, this old man has already returned your companion to you. I hope that young noble will keep your promise and release the sage nun. At the same time, you will also kill Murong Fu. Ping Yizhi's expression was normal as he spoke. It was as if he had really sent Zhao Min back. Song Qinshu smiled faintly and didn't mind. He just held Zhao Min's pulse and carefully checked it. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. Although Zhao Min's pulse was weak, it didn't show any signs of exhaustion like before. It's not impossible to release the sage nun. However, Physician Ping, Can you first tell this one what enmity there is between you and Prince Morong? Why must you kill him?" Song Qinshu was filled with admiration for Ping Yiji's medical skills. Thus, his tone also became warmer. "I hate that he is more handsome than this old man. Is there a problem?" Ping Yiji understood that it was different from before. Previously, he had the confidence to not talk nonsense with him. Now that Zhao Min had been taken back, he rolled his eyes and began to pester him endlessly. Song Qinshu laughed involuntarily. This is also a reason. Seeing that Song Qinshu had no intention of making a move, Ping Yiji's expression turned cold. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Song Qinshu and immediately revealed his true intentions. "Surname Song, don't be too happy too early. Do you think that everything will be fine after you take that lady back?" "What do you mean?" Song Qinshu was startled. Only now did he realize that Zhao Min had not spoken since the beginning. Her mute acupoint must have been sealed. Song Qinshu quickly unsealed her acupoint. With a soft moan, Zhao Min finally regained her freedom. Her pretty face was expressionless as she said, "I've been poisoned by his 3-corpse brain pill." As soon as she said this, Icy Snow and Morong Fu didn't have much of a reaction. However, those who knew about the toxicity of the 3-corpse brain pill, such as Song Qinshu and Ren Yingying, exclaimed in shock. The faces of the Sun-Moon sect members were also ashen. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of that thing. "Give me the antidote." Song Qinshu stretched out his hand in front of Ping Yiji and said coldly. Ping Yiji stroked the beard on his chin and chuckled. "Young master, why do you pretend not to know? As long as you kill Morong Fu, I'll naturally hand over the antidote. If you want to kill me, do it yourself." Song Qinshu patted Morong Fu's waist and gently threw him in front of Ping Yiji. Ping Yiji was both shocked and furious. It would be easy for him to kill Morong Fu. The reason why he wanted to use Song Qinshu to kill him was mainly because he wanted to use Song Qinshu to deal with the Morong family's storm-like vengeance, especially that person. All signs indicated that he was still alive. That person's martial arts were already at the top of the world. Ping Yiji knew that he was no match for him. Therefore, he had no choice but to use a borrowed knife to kill him and let Song Qinshu deal with him. Based on the martial arts that Song Qinshu had displayed in the past 2 years, he might even be able to help him get rid of his mortal enemy. Just as he was about to push Morong Fu back with his palm, Ping Yiji suddenly realized that Morong Fu, whose acupoints were sealed, had actually broken free from the ropes and was about to envelop him with a palm. Ping Yiji hastily exchanged more than 10 moves with him before he was able to escape. He felt his blood churning and couldn't help but glare at Song Qinshu. "You lied to me." Before Song Qinshu could answer, Morong Fu cupped his fists and asked, "I have heard of Mr. Ping's reputation as one of the 4 divine doctors in the world. I wonder if the Morong family of Gusu has ever offended you. Otherwise, why would you want to take my life, one in the north and the other in the south? We are thousands of miles apart and have never met before." His words were watertight. The people of Sun-Moon sect nodded. They all felt that Morong Fu was indeed worthy of his reputation. He clearly knew that the other party wanted to kill him, but he still acted like a gentleman. They all thought that Ping Yiji had gone crazy. Otherwise, why would he provoke a strong enemy like the Morong family? Ping Yiji spat and said with hatred, "The Morong family of Gusu did not offend me, but you have greatly offended me." Morong Fu was stunned. He thought hard for a long time, but he really couldn't think of any grievances between him and this person. Of course, he didn't know Ping Yiji's true identity, so he naturally didn't understand the saying that treasuring a jade ring won in trouble. As the current leader of the Morong family, practicing the shifting stars was the biggest original sin. Be careful. Seeing that Morong Fu was distracted and Ping Yiji attacked again, Song Qinshu hurriedly reminded him. This was a grievance between the two of them, so it was not appropriate for Song Qinshu to intervene. Moreover, with Murong Fu's status in Jianghu, it would not look good for him if he helped him. This was a good opportunity to observe Ping Yiji's martial arts, to see if he could find out which sect he was from, and use it to deduce his identity. The Murong family was famous for being well-versed in hundreds of sections. Murong Fu was proficient in the martial arts of various sects, and he displayed the martial arts of more than 10 sects in a single move. The people of Sun Moon's sect were dazzled and full of admiration, who knew that Ping Yiji would not be outdone, and the types of martial arts he displayed were even more complicated. The two of them exchanged blows. One used the Skunda staff, the other used the blade of the 5 tigers breaking the gate, one used the eagle claw hand, and the other used the penetrating fist. Why are these two people's martial arts so similar? Zhao Min, who was at the side, asked in confusion. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He only felt a flash of lightning across his mind, but it seemed like he didn't think of anything. Why don't you use the shifting stars? Ping Yiji sneered as he attacked. To deal with a clown like you, why do I need to use my family's divine skill? Murong Fu snorted, and retaliated without mercy. Ping Yiji laughed cruelly. If this old man is correct, your shifting stars has only been trained to the realm of borrowing force to fight force. That's why you don't dare to use it. You're worried that outsiders will see it, and you'll lose the mystery of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. When Murong Fu heard him speak his mind, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Who are you? Why do you know so much about the Murong family's affairs? It turned out that the Murong family of Gusu, giving someone a taste of their own medicine, was famous in Jianghu. It spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. The shifting stars was inevitably spread by the people of Jianghu. There was no one who would not be terrified when they saw so many martial arts masters die under their famous ultimate skills. In order to maintain the mystery of the shifting stars, the disciples of the Murong family usually wouldn't reveal it in front of outsiders. Therefore, those who had seen the shifting stars were basically all dead. Although the revolving star passage technique was wondrous, the majority of the successors were still stuck at the realm of borrowing force to fight force. When the opponent attacked, they would use their ingenuity to deflect the opponent's attack back to their own body, causing the opponent to die from their own famous technique. Murong Fu had practiced the shifting stars for many years, but he had only reached this realm. If the opponent's martial arts were too high, his shifting stars would not be able to divert the opponent's attack. He once heard that when the shifting stars was cultivated to a high realm, it would enter the realm of formless martial arts. At that time, there was no need to borrow force to fight force. All one had to do was watch the opponent use their martial arts once, and their heart would automatically deduce and perfect the opponent's martial arts. Then, they would use an even more perfect martial arts to defeat the opponent. This was the true meaning of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Of course, it was passed down from generation to generation, and when the shifting stars was cultivated to a high realm, it could even move the stars. However, Murong Fu had always disregarded this. He subconsciously felt that it was just an exaggeration from his ancestors. I know a lot more. Ping Yiji snorted, and his moves suddenly became fierce. I'll let you see what it means to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Next, Ping Yiji no longer made his own move. Instead, he followed Murong Fu's move and immediately used the same move to meet it. The two clearly used the same moves, but Ping Yiji seemed to be slightly more powerful. Murong Fu quickly fell into a disadvantage. Huh! Looking at the situation, Song Qingshu was also very surprised. The young master of the Murong family, who was known to give someone a taste of their own medicine, was instead being given a taste of their own medicine by the enemy. Ren Yingying's beautiful eyes were also full of doubt. Ping Yiji had always been famous for his medical skills in the Sun Moon sect, but she never knew that his martial arts were so profound. Murong Fu was even more terrified. He thought to himself, could it be that this person has already entered the formless realm of the Big Dipper? Although he sensed that Ping Yiji's breathing and expiration technique was not the shifting stars, he thought that the formless martial arts realm was not something he could understand, so he didn't have any doubts. However, because of this, Murong Fu's moves became even more obscure. Very soon, his chest was hit by a palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Song Qinshu couldn't just watch as Murong Fu was killed. He hurriedly pulled him over and shouted, I want to see if you can give me a taste of my own medicine. ________ group 337294925. Chapter 342. Dragon Capturing Hand? Murong Fu was sucked over by Song Qinshu and looked at Song Qinshu in shock. When he saw him suck Zhao Min over, he wasn't too shocked. Now that he experienced it himself, it was unimaginable that he could suck a top-notch expert like him over. He didn't think that other than Xiao Feng, there would be someone else in the world who could practice a divine technique like Dragon Capturing Hand. This was a misunderstanding on Murong Fu's part. Song Qinshu had only adapted it from the 18 dragon subduing palms. Green dragon absorbs water. In addition, he often practiced the Li sword technique for fun. With practice, he had learned a technique that was not inferior to Dragon Capturing Hand. Song Qinshu didn't know that Murong Fu had already thought of so many things. When he saw Ping Yiji's display of power, it was really unexpected. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless. 18 dragons subduing palms? Ping Yiji's eyes narrowed and his body trembled. He actually used the same move to meet it. How is this possible? Song Qinshu was also shocked. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. Ping Yiji used the same move every time and the power seemed to be slightly stronger. Fortunately, Song Qinshu's martial arts cultivation was higher than his opponent's. In his shock, he didn't let Ping Yiji gain any advantage. After the two separated, Song Qinshu looked at Ping Yiji with fear. What internal energy is this? After the initial shock, Song Qinshu slowly calmed down. He could already see that although the opponent's moves were similar, the method of circulating qi and exerting force was completely different from the original martial arts. After so many moves, Song Qinshu gradually discovered that although the moves Ping Yiji used were from different sects, there was a trace of a pattern in the unseen world. Between each move, the method of channeling qi and exerting force was of the same origin. Song Qinshu deduced that he used the same type of internal energy to activate all kinds of move. That was how he achieved the so-called giving someone a taste of their own medicine effect. I underestimated you. I didn't think that you would be able to see through it in such a short time. Ping Yiji was shocked. But so what if I can see through it? Could it be that you can recognize this divine technique? If it were someone else, it would have been fine, but in his previous life, Song Qinshu was very familiar with Jin Yong's novels. Even though he might not be as familiar with the origins of a normal sex martial arts as he was with Gusu's Murong family, he was very clear about those that could be called divine martial arts. Thinking of a martial art, Song Qinshu's heart suddenly brightened. But he soon fell into doubt and asked, Are you from the Carefree sect? You actually know about the Carefree sect? Ping Yiji looked at him in bewilderment. He did not expect Song Qinshu to know such a secret of the martial arts world at such a young age. What's your relationship with Li Qiushui? Song Qinshu thought about it. Among the 3 elders of the Carefree sect, Wu Yazi was the best at the Northern Underworld Divine Technique, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was the best at the 8 Desolates Supremacy, or the Everlasting Youth Technique, and Li Qiushui was the best at the Minor Phaseless Technique. With Li Qiushui's love for handsome men, it was not surprising that the Minor Phaseless Technique was spread. For example, the Great Wheel Wisdom King, Jiumaji. Song Qinshu had actually wanted to ask him many times if he had gotten the minor phaseless technique from Li Qiushui. But he was worried that it would trigger the painful memories of the imperial preceptor when he was young and would make him fall out with him, so he was too embarrassed to ask. Of course, all of this was just Song Qingshu's malicious gossip. Jiumaji's minor phaseless technique might have been obtained from Gusu's Wang family's Longhuan paradise. You even know about this? Ping Yizhi was shocked. He thought that Song Qinshu already knew about it, so he didn't hide it anymore. That old witch tasted good, but as a man, how could I be willing to be violated by a woman? When I escaped, I took her minor phaseless technique as payment for the prostitution. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Looking at the short and fat Ping Yizhi with his disgusting mustache, Song Qinshu couldn't help but criticize in his heart. Rumor has it that Li Qiushui liked to find young and handsome boys for her to play with. Looking at Ping Yizhi's current appearance, he probably wasn't that handsome when he was young. Li Qiushui's aesthetic standards are indeed a little worrying. Speaking of which, Prince Murong still has to call me godgrandfather, haha. Ping Yizhi laughed loudly, obviously thinking of something very happy. Bastard. Murong Fu didn't know the relationship between Li Qiushui and Wang Yuyan, so he was confused. But when he heard Ping Yizhi's words, he was still furious. He was about to rush forward, but he was stopped by Song Qinshu. Right now, Ping Yizhi's strength was unknown, and Song Qinshu was worried that he would lose his life in vain. After all, Ping Yizhi had helped him out for his own sake. If something happened to him, Song Qinshu would feel bad. Minor phaseless technique doesn't rely on form, and there are no traces to be found. As long as you know the moves of other martial arts, you can imitate other people's techniques, even better than the original version. It has a certain similarity to the Murong family's Big Dipper technique. Song Qinshu instantly pointed out the characteristics of minor phaseless technique. Ping Yizhi's expression was uncertain. Murong Fu looked pensive. Physician Ping, I want to see if you can imitate my palm technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm imprinted on his body in an unpredictable manner. Ping Yizhi saw that this move was clearly a move from the 18 dragons subduing palms, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into the Amei-sex floating fragrance penetrating palm. There was also a hint of Wudong's soft palm. Looking at the subsequent changes, it seemed to be mixed with Kongtong's 7 injuring fists and Mount Song's great yang palm. Just looking at it was enough to make Ping Yizhi nauseous. How could Ping Yizhi still imitate his moves? He hastily raised his palm to meet the attack, but Song Qinshu's palm gently turned and pressed down on his shoulder. Huh! Song Qinshu had not yet released his palm's strength when he suddenly felt a sharp wind coming from the air. He quickly dodged and retreated. Dali's Duan family's solitary yang finger. Murong Fu cried out in surprise. Ping Yizhi took the opportunity to pull away from Song Qinshu and looked at the other warily. His shoulder was only brushed by the wind from Song Qinshu's palm, but it was already numb. Fortunately, Song Qinshu's solitary yang finger forced him away, or else his shoulder bones would have been broken. Are you finally willing to use your special skill? Song Qinshu faintly smiled. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Ping Yizhi's attainment in the solitary yang finger was much higher than his small non-phase method imitating other people's move. It's just, how did you learn Dali's secret technique? It's really strange. What's so strange about knowing the solitary yang finger? Ping Yizhi, this old man's name is not just for show. Ping Yizhi looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, but in his heart, he already had the intention to retreat. Since your distinguished self's finger technique is superb, and you call yourself Ping Yizhi, then what was your distinguished self's previous name? Zhao Min was quick-witted and quickly realized the flaw in his words. Ping Yizhi's breath was stifled. He didn't expect his words to reveal a flaw. He calmly said, "Little girl, instead of caring about my name, You might as well care about the poison in your body. You'd better persuade your lover to help this old man kill Murong Fu, then this old man will naturally detoxify you. If I catch you, I will naturally force you to hand over the antidote. Song Qinshu coldly snorted. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Ping Yizhi. Ping Yizhi didn't expect his body technique to be so fast. In a great shock, he used everything he had learned in his life to dismantle it. The two of them had already exchanged dozens of moves in the arena. Smoke and dust rose in all directions as the two of them exchanged blows. Suddenly, there was a muffled shout. Ping Yizhi screamed and flew back. Song Qinshu was about to catch up, but he was suddenly stunned by the scene in front of him. It turned out that Ping Yizhi had been struck by Song Qinshu's palm and suffered serious internal injuries. He could no longer maintain his original body shape. With a series of crackling sounds, the short and fat killer doctor had actually transformed into a tall and thin middle-aged man. Murong Jingyue? Song Qinshu was startled when he saw the man's appearance. How could it be him? However, it was clear why Ping Yizhi wanted to use him to kill Murong Fu. Suddenly, there was a delicate shout. Icy Snow in a white dress rushed out from the forest where she was lying in ambush. Her long whip coiled around Ping Yizhi's body from afar. Ping Yizhi was seriously injured. In the blink of an eye, he was in a difficult situation because of Icy Snow's fierce attack. However, he still had his martial arts cultivation. Icy Snow was afraid of the power of his solitary solar finger, so she couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Worried that something might happen to Icy Snow, Song Qinshu quickly pounced over to lend her a hand. Unexpectedly, he suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound coming from his side while he was in midair. He quickly shrunk his waist and flipped his body in midair, dodging the incoming attack. As soon as he landed, the sharp weapon that flew over circled back. Song Qinshu didn't know what was real and what was fake. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He leaned to the side and narrowly dodged it. When he finally saw the person who launched the sneak attack, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Jinluan Fuang. Princess, please forgive us for being late to the rescue. The Xianming elders had just finished speaking when they pounced on Zhao Min while Song Qinshu was being held up by Jinluan Fuang. Murong Fu was shocked. Hastily he raised his sword to meet the attack. Who would have thought that the Xianming elders were experts in joint attack? One of them used his deer-head staff to block his sword, while the other raised his palm to attack. Murong Fu hastily raised his palm to meet the attack, but he felt the biting cold air penetrating his arm. Before he could react, Lu Zhangke's other hand quietly reached out from his pocket and struck his abdomen. He Biwing's cranebeak pen also came out like a ghost and swept Murong Fu's rib. Murong Fu was, after all, an expert who used to be as famous as Qiao Feng. Although the incident had happened suddenly and he had fallen into a dangerous situation, he had hurriedly used the star transposition technique to counteract the force of the two's attacks on his body. Taking advantage of the moment when the two were stunned, he hastily used the counterforce to retreat several feet away. His clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. The Xianming elders looked at their palms in confusion. They shouted in unison, "Paying someone back in their own coin? Shifting Star's heart technique." Murong Fu looked at the situation. He wasn't a match for these two strange old men. The monk with the wheel seemed to be no weaker than Song Qinshu. In addition, there were many experts of the Sun-Moon sect. Murong Fu quickly thought of leaving. However, when he thought about how Song Qinshu had just given him a divine martial art manual, it would be too unkind of him to just leave. For a moment, he couldn't advance or retreat. Group 337294925. Chapter 343. After hesitating for a long time, Murong Fu decided to stand aside and observe the situation. He would help Song Qinshu restrain him from a distance, so there was no need for him to join the fight. If the situation was hopeless and he was far away, it would be easy for him to escape. He could return to Swallow Dock to practice the 18 dragons subduing palms and avenge Song Qinshu in the future. Seeing that Morong Fu was standing far away, the Xianming elders did not move forward. It was more important to protect Zhao Min at the moment. Seeing Ren Yingying by Zhao Min's side, Lu Zhangke's lust was aroused. He reached out his hand to caress her face. Hey, he thought, which family's miss is this? How come you are so beautiful? Bastard! Stop! Angry curses rose and fell from the crowd. It turned out that the Sun Moon sect members were worried about Song Qinshu. Now that he was entangled and Lu Zhangke wanted to be rude to the sage nun, they could no longer hold back and drew their weapons to attack. Fortunately, they were worried about Ren Yingying's safety. Otherwise, if they had shot the two Xianming elders together with Zhao Min, they would have died on the spot. Although the Xianming elders were highly skilled, the Sun Moon sect members were all elite. They outnumbered them, and the Xianming elders had to take care of Zhao Min's safety. Both sides were evenly matched. Ping Yizhi paid attention to the changes in the battlefield. He knew that if he wanted to escape with his life, success or failure would depend on this move. Risking his internal energy, he circulated his solitary yang finger and pointed at Icy Snow's body, temporarily forcing her away. Then, he waved his sleeve and scattered a handful of poisonous powder in the air, taking the opportunity to escape. Icy Snow knew that he was an expert in using poison, so she did not dare to take it head-on. She quickly dodged to the side, but it was too late to catch him. Song Qinshu knew that Morong Jingyue was Icy Snow's target, so he would not let him escape. Although the two were far apart, Song Qinshu knew that Morong Jingyue would not be able to escape if he used the traceless sand step. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, Jinluan Fuwang was already in front of him, angrily scolding, "Hey! You little thief, last time you took advantage of the situation to kidnap the princess. Today, this old monk will let you experience the power of the dragon-elephant prajna technique." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinluan Fuwang's body shook. The 5 elements of gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin all flew towards him, up, down, left, and right, all at different angles. Seeing Morong Jingyue disappear into the distance, Song Qinshu's anger surged, and he no longer held back. Seeing a wheel flying toward him, he clasped his hands together and smashed it into pieces. Jinluan Fuwang turned pale with fright. He directed the other 4 wheels to attack him. Morong Fu saw the situation clearly and quickly said loudly, "Brother Song, Morong Jingyue is a traitor of the Morong family, let me go and clean up the house." He could see clearly that although Morong Jingyue's martial arts were higher than his, he was seriously injured and it would not be difficult for him to defeat him. Instead of staying here, it would be better to chase after him and use the excuse of cleaning up the house. Song Qinshu could not refuse. Sure enough, Song Qinshu hesitated for a moment and could only say, "Brother Morong, be careful of his poison." Before he finished speaking, Jinluan Fuwang's attacks had already arrived in front of him. He quickly dodged and punched and kicked at the same time, very quickly smashing the other wheels into pieces. Jinluan Fuwang did not dare to continue using his weapon to attack through the air. He quickly took the remaining golden wheel in his hand. With one hand holding the wheel and the other circulating the dragon-elephant prajna technique, he pounced forward. Song Qinshu dodged the edge of the incomparably sharp golden wheel while exchanging blows with Jinluan Fuwang's right hand. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 blows had passed. Song Qinshu felt that his hands were extremely sore and numb. He was shocked at the power of his opponent's every move. The dragon-elephant prajna technique was just as its name suggested. After mastering it, a single move would have the strength of a dragon and an elephant. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, Song Qinshu still felt a little strained by using the 18 dragon subduing palms to deal with it. Taking advantage of an opening, the wooden sword slipped from his sleeve into his hand. This was not to say that the 18 dragon subduing palms was inferior to the dragon-elephant prajna technique, but rather that Song Qingshu's martial arts did not follow the path of firm and fierce, so he could not bring out the true power of the 18 dragon subduing palms. If Qiao Feng and Guo Jing were here, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious if they used the 18 dragon subduing palms to meet force with force. At this moment, Zhao Min's delicate shout was heard, "All of you, stop!" Zhao Min had been in a high position for a long time, so her words and actions naturally carried a sense of dignity. Therefore, other than her subordinates, even the disciples of the Sun Moon Church stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at her. Zhao Min watched helplessly as Murong Jingyue ran away. She trembled with anger and glared at the Xianming elders and the others. "Who told you to cause trouble?" The Xianming elders looked at each other and smiled sheepishly. "Royal advisor, and we only did it to save you, princess." Seeing their weather-beaten faces, Zhao Min could not be too harsh on them. She could only say, "This Prince Song and I are old acquaintances. What happened at the inn last time was just a little joke he played on me. You don't have to take it to heart." A flash of anger flashed in Jinluan Fuang's eyes. He snorted but did not say anything. The Xianming elders were experts raised by the Ruyang Palace, so they would not go against her wishes. "The man who escaped just now tried to plot against me several times. Prince Song had been protecting me all this time, but when you came, he took advantage of the chaos and escaped instead." Hearing Zhao Min's words, the three of them looked at each other and cursed in their hearts. The Xianming elders, in particular, were telepathic and full of gossip. "Weren't you fooling around with Zhang Wuji of the Ming dynasty? Why are you having an affair with this man? Hee, wonderful, wonderful. In any case, we don't like Zhang Wuji, so we'll let Song Qingshu make him a cuckold." Naturally, Zhao Min did not know what they were thinking. Otherwise, she would probably explode with anger. She turned around and looked at Ren Yingying with a pleasant expression. "There have been many misunderstandings between me and Saintus. I hope Saintus won't take offense at my servant's rudeness just now. In fact, if it weren't for the Sun Moon sect's poisonous water arrows, Zhao Min would love to take this great opportunity to kidnap Ren Yingying and bring her to the Ruyang Palace as a guest." Ren Yingying had already been taken back by her subordinates during the chaos. Although the Sun Moon sect had the advantage in numbers, Zhao Min's subordinates were too skilled in martial arts. Ren Yingying wasn't sure if she could keep them here. Seeing that Zhao Min was showing her goodwill, she naturally took advantage of the situation and nodded slightly. "Yingying really admires the princess's elegant demeanor today. We shall meet again someday." She was very upset. If she had known that this woman was the Mongolian princess Xiao Min, she would have ordered her subordinates to bring her back to Blackwood Cliff even if it meant risking her own life. Besides, Ren Yingying didn't believe that Song Qingshu would really hurt her. She took a deep look at Song Qingshu and knew that they couldn't keep him here with just these few people. Ren Yingying bit her lower lip, waved her hand, and left in a hurry with her subordinates. Zhao Min glanced at them and nodded slightly. "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. We shall meet again someday. Princess, please reconsider." Hearing her words, the expressions of Jinluan Fuang and the Xianming elders changed. In their minds, this was a great opportunity for the three of them to gang up on one person. It would be a piece of cake for Song Qingshu. "I've made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more." Zhao Min naturally understood what the three of them were thinking. However, she was also clear that regardless of whether the three of them could defeat Song Qingshu if they joined forces, the three of them wouldn't be able to keep him here based on his unpredictable qigong. Moreover, she didn't want to keep him here. Watching Zhao Min turn and leave, Song Qingshu said anxiously, "But, the poison in the princess's body." Zhao Min paused and snorted. "The Ruyang Palace is full of talents. They have their own ways to cure the poison. There's no need for you to worry." After she finished speaking, she didn't look back again under the protection of the three people. The princess has already gone so far. Uncle, why are you still so reluctant to part with her? Icy Snow came to Song Qingshu's side and said jealously when she saw him staring blankly in the direction where Zhao Min disappeared. No, I'm just wondering if Prince Murong can deal with Murong Jingyue. Song Qingshu came back to his senses and laughed involuntarily. Icy Snow blushed at his laughter. She said snappily, Uncle, why are you laughing so strangely? Nothing. Song Qingshu shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Icy Snow glared at him snappily. Her skin looked exceptionally sparkling under the sunlight. Uncle, I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave. Song Qingshu was shocked. Sister-in-law, why? Icy Snow's eyelashes drooped and trembled slightly. I've been tracking Murong Jingyue's whereabouts. Now that I've finally found his whereabouts, how can I let it go? Song Qingshu was speechless. Icy Snow had been tracking Black Spirit Ice to avenge her husband and had locked her target on Murong Jingyue. How could he stop her from tracking him down? However, the two of them had been separated for a long time. Now that they finally met, Song Qingshu was reluctant to part with her. He thought for a while and finally found a legitimate reason. Sister-in-law, you should understand that Murong Jingyue's martial arts are so high that it's probably beyond our expectations. Even if you find him, you won't be able to take revenge and will fall into the enemy's hands. Why bother? Icy Snow looked into the distance and sighed faintly. Uncle, have you heard of a saying? What? Song Qingshu was stunned. Do it even though you know it's impossible. Icy Snow opened her red lips and slowly spat out a few words. Although Icy Snow spoke softly, Song Qingshu knew that she had made up her mind. He had an urge to say that he would accompany her to track down Murong Jingyue's whereabouts. Song Qingshu knew that there was something unclear between them. If he made this choice, it wouldn't be difficult for him to win Icy Snow's heart. However, he understood that he had other things to do. Mongolia was getting stronger and stronger, and it was obvious that they were going to unify the world. If he didn't seize the time to digest the Qing dynasty's forces, he might not even be qualified to compete in the future. There were two reasons why Song Qingshu could accompany Zhao Min to Kaifeng for medical treatment from thousands of miles away. Firstly, it was more or less official business. More importantly, the time he spent with Zhao Min was controllable. Song Qingshu could finish everything in 1 to 2 days and immediately rush back to Shandong to meet up with Xia Qingqing to deal with the Golden Snake Camp. But it was different from Icy Snow's search for Murong Jingyue. Murong Jingyue was highly skilled in martial arts and extremely cunning. It was expected that he wouldn't be captured in a short time. Then, Song Qingshu wouldn't be able to return to Shandong, and Dongfang Muxue had already mobilized the imperial army to march south according to the original plan. Letting out a long sigh, Song Qingshu had already made up his mind. Since it's like this, I'll teach sister-in-law a martial art so that when sister-in-law meets Murong Jingyue in the future, she won't be controlled by him. A trace of sadness flashed in Icy Snow's eyes, but she quickly concealed it and inquired, What martial art? The 9-In Sutra. Song Qingshu replied slowly. Although the 9-In Sutra had always been the most valuable treasure in the pugilistic world, as a transmigrator, his way of thinking was different from the indigenous pugilistic world's people. As a transmigrator, Song Qingshu had never understood why Guojing didn't teach the 9-In Sutra to the Song soldiers. If every soldier in the Song dynasty knew the 9-In Sutra, how terrifying would their combat power be? After coming to this world, Song Qingshu understood the difficulties involved. First, a profound martial art like the 9-In Sutra was obscure and difficult to understand. Ordinary soldiers might not be able to learn it. Second, leaks were also a problem. Third, the greater the ability, the greater the threat. When the soldiers learned such a profound martial art, they might not obey orders like before. When marching and fighting a war, an expert who disobeyed orders was far less useful than an obedient soldier. Although Song Qingshu understood all of this, He did not dispel the thought of equipping his subordinates with a peerless martial art. Moreover, Icy Snow had an extraordinary relationship with him, so the 9-in Sutra was nothing to him. To his surprise, Icy Snow shook her head faintly, treating the most valuable treasure in the pugilistic world as nothing. Her tone was gentle but firm. I don't want to learn it. Why? This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be dumbfounded. Icy Snow was silent for a while. A strange look appeared in her beautiful eyes. If I remember correctly, when we traveled the pugilistic world together, my uncle once told me that the 9-in Sutra was extracted from the Dragonslayer's saber and heavenly sword after they fought. Yeah. Song Qingshu had a baffled expression on his face. But this 9-in Sutra was given to you by my wife. Icy Snow sighed faintly. My uncle shouldn't use his wife's things to please other women. If it wasn't for the sake of saving fear, you wouldn't have learned the white python whip technique from him. When Song Qingshu heard her mention Zhou Jiruo, he was shocked. He did not expect this. He was about to speak, but he did not know how to explain it. For a moment, he was stunned. Song Qingshu knew very well that Icy Snow was unwilling to learn his wife's skills. However, his other martial arts, such as the Holy Reflection Sutra and the 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, were unyielding and unsuitable for women to cultivate. The delightful Zen was even worse, as he did not want to be beaten to death by his angry sister-in-law. As for his sword technique, Song Qingshu's sword technique emphasized sword intent instead of sword moves. Icy Snow's realm was not high enough, so she would not be able to learn it even if he taught it to her. But you're no match for Murong Jingyue with your current martial arts. When he recovers from his internal injuries, you'll definitely lose to him, said Song Qingshu worriedly. Actually, Icy Snow suddenly stuttered and looked bashful. Actually what? Song Qingshu was taken aback. Actually, I also have a superior inner force technique. It's just that I haven't mastered it due to various reasons. If I master it, I should have no problem dealing with Murong Jingyue. A blush suddenly appeared on Icy Snow's snow-white face. Song Qingshu asked curiously, what kind of inner force technique is so powerful? It's just that there's a huge difficulty in cultivating this inner force technique. Icy Snow did not answer directly. Instead, she looked around and talked about other things. Her pretty face was so red that water could almost drip out. What's the difficulty? Although I dare not say that I'm invincible with my current martial arts, the difficulty of ordinary inner force techniques shouldn't be a problem for me. I can help you study it. Song Qingshu was speaking the truth. Although he might not reach the realm of Wang Chongyang's mastery of the 9-in Sutra in 10 days, it shouldn't be a problem for him to give Icy Snow some pointers on inner force. This inner force technique is the ancient tomb sect's highest mental cultivation technique. It's called the 9-in Sutra. Icy Snow did not answer the difficulty and only mentioned the name of the inner force technique. Group ID 3372949925. Chapter 344. Sutra. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He smiled strangely and said, "There's indeed a huge difficulty in cultivating this." Icy Snow looked at him in astonishment and asked, "You know about it?" "Of course I do." Song Qingshu smiled even more happily when he recalled how Yang Guo and Xiao Long Nu had to take off their clothes and cultivate face-to-face in order to cultivate this martial art. Does he really know about it? Icy Snow felt goosebumps when she saw his smile, but she quickly shook her head and said, "That's impossible. Sutra is the ancient tomb sect's secret art. How can an outsider like him know about it?" "You don't believe me?" Song Qingshu asked with a chuckle after noticing Icy Snow's expression. Icy Snow straightened her pretty face and snorted, "Of course I don't believe you. It's impossible for you to know about it." Song Qingshu calmly looked at her and slowly said, "Yes, you must find a spacious place where there is no one around. You must practice with your clothes unbuttoned so that the heat will immediately disperse without any obstruction. Otherwise, it will accumulate in your body. If it's minor, you will fall seriously ill. Seeing the slight change in Icy Snow's expression, Song Qingshu smiled and continued, "This internal energy technique is extremely dangerous. It must be practiced by two people and use their internal energy to guide and defend. Every step of this Nigong is very difficult, and you will enter the wrong path at any time. If there is no one to help you, you will definitely go mad. Only you can help me and I will help you. Only by combining our strength will we be able to overcome this dangerous obstacle together." "How do you know about it so clearly?" Icy Snow bit her lips and stared blankly at the side of his face. "Have you forgotten what I told you before? A wandering Taoist named Jin Yong told me about it," answered Song Qingshu. "That shameless Taoist. How does he know about this?" It should be known that when the ancient Tomb sect's disciples practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, it was always the two girls who took off their clothes and practiced together. Due to various reasons, it was not known to outsiders, so they all kept their mouths shut. Unless their master taught them, even the disciples of the ancient Tomb sect did not know about it. In this case, Icy Snow couldn't help but suspect that Jin Yong had spied on the people in the ancient tomb while they were cultivating. That was why she knew so much about him. That was why she wasn't polite when she mentioned him. Song Qingshu smiled without saying a word. It was better for Lao Jin to be implicated than to be the punching bag. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Icy Snow to calm down. The anger on her face dissipated and was replaced by an inexplicable embarrassment and shyness. "If sister-in-law doesn't mind, I can help sister-in-law." He couldn't wait for the woman to take the initiative to ask him to practice this skill. "But," Icy Snow pondered for a moment and sighed faintly. "We are, after all, men and women. It's inappropriate to look at each other after taking off our clothes." Song Qingshu thought to himself, "I've already touched your ribs when I helped you fix them. What's there to be afraid of?" Of course, he wouldn't dare to say this even if he was beaten to death. He quickly said, "Well, actually, this problem isn't difficult to solve." "How?" Icy Snow asked softly. "Can't you just cover my eyes?" Song Qingshu really couldn't understand why Xiao Long Nu insisted on cultivating in the wild, which resulted in her being disturbed and seriously injured. "Of course, I don't mind if you don't cover your eyes." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Icy Snow pouted. Suddenly, she thought of something and blushed. "Uncle, you're not a good person." "Ah." Song Qingshu was at a loss. Everyone else received the good guy card, but he received the not good guy card. Life was really unpredictable. Icy Snow lowered her head and her expression couldn't be seen. "With Uncle's current martial arts, you've already restrained your divine aura and your eyes are like torches. How can a mere cloth block you?" I really didn't think of this." Song Qingshu cried out in injustice. He really didn't realize that there was such a benefit when one's martial arts reached a high level. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Icy Snow nodded slowly and acknowledged. "It seems like I'm not fated to learn this skill." Icy Snow sighed. Back when her master imparted the Jade Girl Heart Sutra to her, she left in a hurry due to an important matter, causing her to have no one to practice with. Later on, after marrying Hui Dao, she put all her thoughts on her husband and son and didn't think about practicing martial arts. Therefore, she missed the opportunity again. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "I'll just close my eyes when I practice." "But won't you see everything once you open your eyes?" Icy Snow's snow-white complexion faintly revealed a hint of redness. "I said I won't open my eyes, so I won't open them. Do you believe me, sister-in-law?" Song Qingshu's expression was solemn. His eyes were incomparably clear without a trace of evil thoughts. Icy Snow subconsciously believed him, but she still shook her head bashfully. "No." "Why?" Song Qingshu was speechless. Icy Snow hesitated for a moment and decided to speak the truth. Although your eyes are closed, I can see you naked. When that happens, I'll inevitably feel restless and easily go berserk. Sister-in-law, can't you just cover your eyes? Song Qingshu said. Icy Snow bit her lips and rolled her eyes at him. How can I be sure that you're not opening your eyes that way? Song Qingshu's heart fluttered under her mesmerizing gaze. He could only spread his hands and said, Then I really don't know what else to do. Why don't we learn from Yang Guo and Xiao Long Nu and find a dense cluster of flowers in the wild to cultivate together? That's a good idea, but who's Yang Guo and Xiao Long Nu? Icy Snow's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked in surprise. They're your junior sister and brother-in-law. Song Qingshu didn't want to be entangled with this issue, so he quickly said, But no matter how quiet a place is, it's inevitable that people will pass by. Icy Snow smiled. Don't worry, uncle. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is in advance in odd numbers and Yang Retreat in even numbers. In advance must be done in one go, there must be no pause in the middle, so I will practice it. As for Yang Retreat, it can be stopped at any time, so uncle will practice it. If you encounter an enemy, uncle can stop practicing it at any time. With uncle's power, it should not be a problem for you to protect me. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, That's not what I'm worried about. Icy Snow was startled. Then what are you worried about? I'm just worried that your pure body will be seen by outsiders, Song Qingshu mumbled. Icy Snow was so angry that she laughed and said, Then, are you an outsider or an insider? Of course I'm an insider, Song Qingshu said confidently. Are you still thinking about keep the goodies within the family? Icy Snow glared at him with a frosty face. How would you know? Ouch, don't hit me, it hurts. Song Qingshu dodged and begged for mercy. After a long while, Icy Snow let out a faint sigh. Uncle, you've always been surrounded by beauties. Even that princess and that saintess are far more beautiful than sister-in-law. Why do you have to have thoughts that you shouldn't have? Chapter 345. Sister-in-law, are you jealous? Song Qingshu asked with an odd smile. Why would I be jealous? Icy Snow was interrupted and momentarily forgot to reprimand him. Sister-in-law, do you think that I have something to do with those two women? Song Qingshu smiled even more happily. Icy Snow blushed and said angrily, Sister-in-law, you should be happy that they have something to do with you. Why would you be jealous? Sister-in-law, you're overthinking it. There's nothing between me and them. It's not the kind of relationship you think. Song Qingshu complained. Besides, you don't have to be so modest. In terms of appearance and temperament, which part of you is inferior to them? This isn't the point of our discussion. Icy Snow became anxious. I'm saying that you don't, Song Qingshu interrupted her and said, Sister-in-law, I understand what you mean. However, love is the most mysterious thing. As long as you and I have feelings and stop at etiquette, why do we have to force it? Icy Snow was speechless and couldn't help but snort. Yes, I can't win you in reasoning, but I still hope that uncle can understand that it's impossible between us. Why? Song Qingshu asked in a deep voice. It's impossible. What's the point of why? Icy Snow turned her face to the side and decided to ignore him. Sister-in-law, are you worried about secular etiquette? Or are you concerned about other people's opinions? Song Qingshu asked. Isn't the reason enough for us to address each other as uncle and sister-in-law? Icy Snow's face was frosty. I'm going to get angry if uncle continues to harp on this issue. All right, I won't ask any more. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Let's find a cluster of flowers to practice then. Icy Snow responded noncommittally with an N. Thankfully, Ping Yiji's residence was situated in a beautiful and tranquil valley. Soon, the duo found a lush flowering shrub. The shrub was dozens of feet long and was densely packed. Its fragrance assailed their nostrils. Sister-in-law, why don't we practice here? With the flowers between us, even if we take off our clothes, we won't be able to see each other. Looking at the flowers in front of him, Song Qinshu was full of praise. Icy Snow leaped up the tree and looked around. She saw that all directions were quiet and secluded. She could only hear the sound of the spring and the chirping of birds. There was no trace of people. It was indeed a good place to practice. Song Qinshu was impressed by the ancient tomb sect's lightness skill. At the same time, he was impressed by Icy Snow's lightness skill. At the same time, he was impressed by Icy Snow's lightness skill. Icy Snow nodded slightly and said softly, "Here then." Song Qinshu said, "Yes." Icy Snow fell silent for a moment and slowly said, "Not now. Let's talk about it at night." Song Qinshu was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood what she was thinking. Although there were flowers in the way, it was still too difficult for her to undress in front of him in broad daylight, so he did not continue to force her. The two of them returned to Ping Yiji's wooden hut and told each other about what they had encountered after they separated. As they chatted along the way, their relationship unknowingly became closer. "Is my cooking terrible?" Icy Snow probed when she saw Song Qinshu's troubled expression. It turned out that the two of them planned to practice in the flowers after dinner. As a woman, Icy Snow naturally wouldn't let Song Qinshu cook. She busied herself in the kitchen for half a day and finally prepared a table full of dishes. There aren't many men in the world who have the fortune to eat sister-in-law's cooking. How can it be terrible? Song Qinshu looked indifferent on the surface, but he was complaining in his heart. Icy Snow's cooking skills were really unflattering. Icy Snow was aware of her own situation. She blushed and said, "Uncle, you don't have to lie to me. I know it's terrible. I've been running around for the past few years, so I rarely have the chance to cook. Moreover, Fear doesn't like to eat my cooking, so we usually eat at taverns and eat dry rations when we're on the road. I like sister-in-law's cooking." Song Qinshu gobbled a few mouthfuls of rice to show that he was telling the truth. "You only know how to make me happy." Icy Snow chuckled when she saw Song Qinshu gobbling down his food. Slow down, sigh, after midnight, the two of them came to the depths of the flower shade. In the quiet night, the fragrance of flowers was even stronger. Icy Snow told him about the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Song Qinshu pondered for a while and realized that this internal cultivation technique was indeed extremely dangerous. After asking about the puzzling parts, Song Qinshu had a clear understanding of this cultivation technique. The two of them went to different sides of the flowering shrubs. Song Qinshu was more relaxed and quickly untied his clothes. Icy Snow hesitated for a while. Seeing that she really couldn't see the situation on the opposite side, she felt relieved. "Uncle, can you promise me to keep my eyes closed when I practice?" Icy Snow asked awkwardly. "We're separated by such a thick shrub of flowers. Sister-in-law, are you still worried?" Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. When he saw the pleading look in Icy Snow's eyes, his heart softened and he quickly nodded. Okay. I'll close my eyes." Icy Snow saw that he really kept his promise and closed his eyes. Then, she took off her dress with a rustling sound. She slowly passed her left arm through the flowering shrubs and placed it with Song Qinshu's right palm. As long as one of them encountered any difficulties during practice, the other party would sense it and immediately circulate his energy to help. The creamy sensation from his palm made Song Qinshu's heart skip a beat. He understood that this cultivation technique was extremely dangerous. He quickly calmed down and focused his mind. The two of them worked on their cultivation with the flowering shrubs between them. Steam rose from their bodies and the fragrance of the flowers became even more fragrant. Song Qinshu's martial arts were powerful, but it wasn't considered a top-notch internal cultivation technique in the entire Jin Yong's cultivation system. After a few circulatory cycles, under the guidance of Song Qinshu's true qi, Icy Snow's cultivation speed was also much faster than ordinary people. In just a few hours she had cultivated to the 7th level. In another 4 hours she would be able to complete it. However, Song Qingshu suddenly discovered that the true energy in her meridians was suddenly in disorder. The snow-white skin on her face also changed and turned red. What's going on? Song Qingshu was confused. He had been guiding Icy Snow's true energy, so there shouldn't be any problems. It turned out that when Murong Jingyue saw Zhao Min's unparalleled beauty, he had some unbearable thoughts. As there were too many people during the day, it wasn't convenient for him to make a move. Thus, he secretly put an aphrodisiac in the water jar. According to his plan, he would find a reason such as detoxification to make Zhao Min stay there. As Ping Yizhi was an old man and had the identity of a divine doctor as a cover, it was difficult to arouse suspicion. Therefore, the success rate of making Zhao Min stay was very high. Worried that Zhao Min would be too unyielding, Murong Jingyue put an aphrodisiac in the water jar in advance. When the tea was made, it would be impossible to guard against it. Icy Snow didn't know any of this. She used the water in the water jar to cook, so she was poisoned. When the drug took effect, her true energy was on the verge of losing control. Chapter 346. Although Song Qingshu had also eaten, he was naturally immune to such drugs. Sister-in-law, calm down and focus. Don't practice for the time being, Song Qingshu shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, Icy Snow was at a critical juncture in her cultivation and couldn't hear him at all. Although she subconsciously felt that it wasn't appropriate to continue practicing, she didn't realize the danger involved. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, a man's laughter came from nearby. Not good! Song Qingshu cried out in alarm. This person was full of energy and his internal energy was incomparably dense. His laughter was mixed with vital energy, and even Song Qingshu felt that his ears were buzzing. Why would Icy Snow, who was practicing, bother? Pfft! Icy Snow spat out a mouthful of blood and finally came to her senses. She had suffered severe internal injuries. Who are you, scoundrel? Upon seeing Icy Snow spitting blood, Song Qingshu couldn't help but fly into a rage. He raised his left hand and the surrounding petals and leaves were wrapped in his internal energy. They were like sharp blades that shot toward the source of the voice. Song Qingshu seized the opportunity to wrap Icy Snow with his clothes and asked worriedly, "How's sister-in-law?" Upon seeing him suddenly pouncing over, Icy Snow was a little angry. However, she understood that there was a reason for it. Besides, when she saw Song Qingshu's concerned gaze, the trace of anger in her vanished. She said weakly, "My body is so hot. I feel so uncomfortable." Upon seeing Icy Snow's watery eyes, Song Qingshu was taken aback. He thought, could sister-in-law have been drugged with some aphrodisiac? Picking leaves and flying flowers can injure people. How did you reach such a realm at such a young age? A black-clothed and masked man walked over in a sorry state. His clothes were torn in 2 places, and he probably didn't manage to dodge the attack completely. When Song Qingshu saw that there were only 2 wounds on his clothes and that his body wasn't injured, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Your martial arts aren't bad either. Uncle, this person is so annoying. Icy Snow seemed to have lost all her strength. She leaned into Song Qingshu's embrace softly. Her voice was different from the usual lightness and had turned sweet and cloying. What kind of drug did you use on him? Song Qingshu glared at the black-clothed man. There were only 3 of them here, and Icy Snow was poisoned all of a sudden. Who else could it be but him? Song Qingshu was even more fearful when he thought about how the other party could poison him right under his nose. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, the black-clothed man was so angry that he laughed. What a shameless couple. You're having an affair in the wild, but you're accusing me instead. Upon hearing his words, Icy Snow's chest heaved up and down. Then, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Song Qingshu was confused due to his concern just now. When he spoke, he realized that he might have wronged the other party. But when he heard the other party's filthy words that worsened Icy Snow's injuries, his face turned cold. He gently placed Icy Snow against the tree and said, "Sister-in-law, wait for me to kill this person first, then I'll come back to treat your injuries." The black-clothed man didn't expect Song Qingshu to come so quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge force attacked in front of him. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly circulated his power in his sleeves, wanting to dissipate the force of Song Qingshu's palm. Song Qingshu's furious palm strike was like a heavy blow. The black-clothed man was horrified to realize that he couldn't disperse it at all. In a hurry, he circulated his divine power to shift the force of Song Qingshu's palm strike to the side. With a bang, a bunch of withered flowers and leaves rose from the bushes. Song Qingshu looked at his palm. He didn't expect that his powerful strike would be diverted by the other party. The black-clothed man secretly wiped off his cold sweat and chuckled. "Are you trying to silence me? Who exactly are you?" The exchange just now made Song Qingshu understand that the other party wasn't someone easy to deal with. The other party's power was probably not inferior to Western poison Ouyang foam. "I heard that someone used the rumored paying someone back in their own coin here, so I came to take a look. Who knew that I would bump into such a scandal?" The black-clothed man's tone was full of sarcasm. Although he also found out that Song Qingshu's martial arts were unfathomable, he had never been afraid of anyone for decades. How could he show weakness in front of a junior? Nonsense. Icy Snow was anxious. Her aura reversed again, and the two auras collided with each other. Her chest was extremely depressed. A charming young woman who has been suffering from a long drought, and a young man who is full of vigor. Haha, what a pair of uncle and sister-in-law. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll take my leave now. The black-clothed man was also fearful of Song Qingshu's martial arts, so he turned around and left. Where are you going? How could Song Qingshu let the black-clothed man leave just like that? He didn't know the black-clothed man's background. If the black-clothed man spread the news, it wouldn't matter if Song Qingshu was thick-skinned, but Icy Snow's reputation would be ruined. Although the black-clothed man turned around, he was already prepared. When he saw Song Qingshu pouncing at him, he quickly raised his palm to meet it. The two of them exchanged blows, and their strength shot out in all directions, turning the lush flowers into a mess. "Hee, brat, do you really want to take this old man's life? Only a dead man won't go around spouting nonsense. Want to kill this old man? Brat, you're overestimating yourself." "Whether I'm overestimating myself or not, we'll know after we try." The two of them exchanged blows, and very soon, they had exchanged dozens of moves. The black-clothed man noticed that Song Qingshu's moves were similar to some of the sex moves that he was familiar with. Often, when a move was executed, it would change into another move in the blink of an eye, according to his own body shape. After fighting for so long, the black-clothed man had never seen Song Qingshu use a complete set of moves. Each move was the essence of each sex moves, or according to the actual situation, Song Qingshu would change his attack angle and strength at any time. Could it be that this little thief is no longer restricted by his moves, and has reached the legendary state of returning to simplicity? The more the black-clothed man fought, the more frightened he became. He thought that after another 200 to 300 moves, wouldn't he be controlled by him? However, this little thief was so young. Even if he started practicing martial arts in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to reach such a state. This was because the black-clothed man was limited by Jianghu experience. How could he know that Song Qingshu was not a Jianghu person born and raised in this world? Song Qingshu, who came from the future, had read so many wuxia books, such as "No move is better than having a move," "No sword is better than having a sword." Even the most ordinary person would be familiar with these phrases. Although they did not understand this state, everyone knew that there was such a state. After coming to this world, as his martial arts skills gradually increased, Song Qingshu verified the theories from his previous life, and deliberately pursued in that direction. Naturally, he took fewer detours than most people in this world. The biggest characteristic of this world's Jianghu was that they valued their own things. For example, secretly learning martial arts was a big taboo, and masters would never pass their martial arts to disciples of other sections. Therefore, masters who grew up in this world could only rely on themselves to explore, and it was inevitable that they would take many detours. Out of thousands of talented people, only a few would be able to vaguely realize that realm after they grew old. After these dozens of moves, Song Qingshu secretly admired this black-clothed man's high level of martial arts. It was really rare. His mind filtered through the top experts of the Golden Book world. Suddenly, he remembered that his moves were often led astray by this black-clothed man. He could not help but blurt out, "Big Dipper, are you Murong Bo?" After his identity was exposed by Song Qingshu, the black-clothed man's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness as he fiercely stared at Song Qingshu. His fake death was one of the biggest secrets of the Murong family. In order to hide it from the world, even his own son, Murong Fu, did not know about it. If he did not have misgivings about Song Qingshu's martial arts, he would have already rushed forward and killed the two of them. "Your Excellency is young, but your knowledge is not shallow." After his identity was exposed, Murong Bo no longer quibbled and took off his mask. As an expert of this level, he naturally had the so-called arrogance of an expert. Yang Kai looked at Murong Bo's white sideburns and his weathered face. Song Qingshu lamented endlessly. This was the most notorious villain in the demigods and semi-devils. His martial arts might be high, but his so-called crafty plots and schemes were truly unrefined. After running around for dozens of years, it was just a small skirmish and had no effect on the great undertaking of restoring the nation. How could he be compared to Qing Kuan from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? In his enemy, the Ming dynasty, there were plenty of martial artists who were on par with him. Furthermore, there were Yang Dingtian and the others whose martial arts were far superior to him. But even so, he still used his intelligence and forcefully caused the colossal Ming dynasty to nearly be annihilated. Ultimately, he only lost because of the main character's halo and not because of the battle. "I am indebted to your son in the past. I will not make things difficult for his father. As long as your Excellency promises not to speak nonsense, I will let today's matter go. What do you think?" Song Qingshu understood clearly that with Murong Bo's martial arts, it wouldn't be a matter of a short period of time if he wanted to take Murong Bo's life. Furthermore, he would have to pay the price of suffering serious injuries. He still had to save Icy Snow. How could he have the energy to waste on Murong Bo? "Your Excellency is so young and your martial arts have actually reached such a level. This old man is truly in admiration." Murong Bo's expression turned gloomy. He thought that if Fu was as capable as Murong Bo, with the father and son working together, they would be able to go anywhere in the world. There was no need for him to conceal his identity. But could it be that your Excellency really thinks that this old man is afraid of you? Murong Bo was a senior of the martial world. How could his face be relied on when a junior gave him a path of survival because of his son? Furthermore, he still had his trump card that he hadn't used yet. He didn't think that he would lose to his opponent. Song Mao has long heard of the Murong family's Big Dipper and joined finger. However, this is not the right time and place. I will have to experience it another day. Seeing the hesitation on Murong Bo's face, Song Qingshu continued, "Old mister, you have great ambitions. Do you really want to fight to the death with me so casually?" Murong Bo was shocked. He had always used the deeds of Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang, and Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan to motivate himself. In order to revive the Yen kingdom, he would probably endure the humiliation without hesitation, let alone such a small matter. Kid, you are right. All right, this old man promises you. I will not tell anyone about today's matter. We will meet again. Murongbo cupped his fists and said. Then, he turned around and disappeared into the darkness. He had always been secretly protecting Murongfu. Today, because he was delayed by something on the road, he only arrived now. From the information he received, Murong Jingyue's martial arts were far above Murongfu's. Worried that something might have happened to him, he quickly chased after him. Seeing that Murongbo had left, Song Qingshu quickly went to Icy Snow's side. Seeing that she was already in a semi-conscious state, he quickly transferred some true energy into her body and asked anxiously, Sister-in-law, how are you? Icy Snow slowly opened her eyes. So it's uncle. I feel so sleepy. I want to sleep. Chapter 347. Song Qingshu felt Icy Snow's pulse and couldn't help but turn gloomy. A slight carelessness would cause one to suffer from qi deviation. This would cause one's emotions to fluctuate and body temperature to rise sharply. This was because a large amount of heat would be produced, which was why cultivators had to open their clothes in an open space to let the heat dissipate in time. The heat produced by the body would increase exponentially. Right now, Icy Snow's skin was as hot as fire. Song Qingshu understood that her life would be in danger if she wasn't treated as soon as possible. Holding her in his arms, Song Qingshu circulated his true qi without any scruples and rushed back to the wooden hut. After returning to the wooden hut, Song Qingshu found a large bathtub. When he was about to add water into it, he was worried that the heat produced by the frozen jade bed would be forced back into her body, which could result in serious injuries or even death. Therefore, Song Qingshu didn't dare to add cold water into the bathtub to dissipate Icy Snow's heat. Instead, he planned to use warm water that was close to her body temperature and slowly lower the water's temperature to allow her body to adapt to it. When Song Qingshu was about to lift the bathtub to add water into the bathtub, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled the time when he was practicing. With his current martial arts, it was impossible. Therefore, the only time when Icy Snow was poisoned was when he was eating. Song Qingshu hesitantly moved closer to the bathtub and sniffed it. As expected, he smelled a faint and strange smell. Ping Yiji, that bastard! Song Qingshu cursed inwardly. He thought that it was Ping Yiji's bad taste and didn't expect that he was preparing to use it to deal with Zhao Min. He quickly ran to the mountain stream outside the hut and fetched another bathtub of water. Now that his martial arts were profound, he didn't find it strenuous to carry a large bathtub filled with water as if he was walking on flat ground. After pouring the water into the bathtub and adding firewood under the bathtub, Song Qingshu came to Icy Snow's side. He was anxious when he saw that she had completely fainted. He hated that the fire wasn't big enough and that it wasn't ready yet. This was also because he was too anxious. He had just added the firewood. How could it be done so quickly? Song Qingshu waited for a moment and could no longer sit still. He reached his hands into the bathtub, risking his true qi to generate heat to help the firewood. After sensing that the temperature of the water in the bathtub was about right, Song Qingshu quickly ran to Icy Snow's side and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry." He hurriedly removed her clothes. Song Qingshu was burning with impatience. He gently placed her in the bathtub and placed his palm on her back. He sent his true qi into her body to help her clear the evil poison in her body. In the past 2 years, Song Qingshu had encountered several women who had been drugged by aphrodisiacs, especially Shuang-er, who had left a deep impression on him. At that time, he carried Shuang-er and ran all over the city. Only then was he lucky enough to find human milk to cure her of the poison. After the incident, Song Qingshu was terrified. What if he encountered such a thing again in the future and couldn't find it? He couldn't be like he ties Ho every single time, using his own body to detoxify the girl. This world wasn't like his previous world, where the concept of chastity was very important. If he were to take advantage of a woman's perilous state through that method, how would he be any different from Tian Buguang and Yun Zhonghe? Therefore, when Song Qinshu had nothing to do, he had been secretly pondering how to detoxify a woman in a similar situation in the future. Aphrodisiacs weren't poisons, but they were something that would wantonly magnify a person's desire. Therefore, it wasn't something that could be alleviated by medicine. Song Qinshu cultivated the supreme secret technique of the Tantra sect, so he had a deep understanding of the principles between men and women. He understood the principle that it was better to let it go. When a man and a woman were together, the aphrodisiac would detoxify itself. Song Qinshu, who came from the future world, was very knowledgeable and understood how to let it go. Therefore, he blindly came up with a method that used internal energy to guide the aphrodisiac with water. Of course, Song Qinshu, who came from his previous life, deeply understood the principle of combining theory with practice. In order to verify this method, Queen Tong in the Forbidden City suffered. During that time, Queen Tong was often fed aphrodisiac by Song Qinshu, who had deteriorated from evil. In the beginning, all the methods were bound to fail, so Song Qinshu had to personally detoxify little Tong. During that period of time, he accumulated a lot of experience, and Song Qinshu finally succeeded. However, poor little Tong had been through the intertwining nightmare and happiness. She was completely ruined by him. Whenever her body came in contact with a man, she would go limp and her juices would flow. The evil Song Qinshu later recovered his sanity with the help of Dongfang Muxue, Zhou Zhiruo, and Xia Qingqing. However, he still remembered the things in the harem. When he thought of little Tong, Song Qinshu secretly apologized. Before he left the capital, he even told Dongfang Muxue to treat her and her family well when he was pretending to be Kangxi to make up for what he owed her. Although Dongfang Muxue agreed readily, her smile was very weird at that time. I don't know if she will really do it. A thought suddenly flashed across Song Qinshu's mind. However, he quickly calmed down and concentrated on detoxifying icy snow. At this moment, in the inner palace of the Forbidden City thousands of miles away, little Tong was lying on the dragon couch with blurred eyes and messy clothes. Her body twitched from time to time. Dongfang Muxue stroked her smooth body contentedly. This girl is so soft as if she has no bones. Her whole body is softer than water. Song Qinshu is really lucky with women. But I don't know how that brat and Xia Qingqing are progressing now. The Imperial Court's troops are going to be dispatched. Song Qinshu guided icy snow to let the efficacy of the drug seep out of her pores with his essential qi and then gradually dissipate into the warm water around her. Icy snow's body temperature finally dropped. Song Qinshu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, thinking that he had finally detoxified her. However, detoxification was only the first step. The internal injuries caused by qigong deviation hadn't been treated yet. Moreover, she was drugged by the aphrodisiac and was disturbed by Murong Bo's sound waves mixed with internal force. What kind of damned internal force did Lin Chaoying invent? She vomited blood and suffered qigong deviation at every turn. Song Qinshu was extremely annoyed and couldn't help cursing in his heart. It wasn't difficult to save icy snow. By using the blissful Zen and dual cultivation method, not only could icy snow recover, but it could also improve her internal force. Although Song Qinshu would lose a lot of essential qi, his essential qi could be cultivated again. Compared to icy snow, it didn't matter at all. However, Song Qinshu understood that icy snow would never agree to it. In the eyes of the ancient people, losing one's chastity was more important than one's life. Although icy snow was a child of the pugilistic world and wasn't like other girls in the boudoir, she still missed her late husband, Hui Dao. She was soft on the outside but tough on the inside, so she would never do anything that would let him down. Song Qingshu knew Icy Snow's character very well. He could imagine that if he used that method to save her, she wouldn't blame him after she woke up, but she would choose to leave him forever. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.